Good evening. We're going to open the Select Board meeting of Monday, August 3rd, 2026. We are going to move into an executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21. We'll be in room 303. The board will discuss the following: the Town of Dartmouth versus the Buzzards Bay Coalition, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. We will also discuss collective bargaining with all unions, Mass General Law 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. Our goal is to return as close to 6 p.m. for our regular session. Missing at tonight's meeting will be Sean McDonald. He'll be missing for our entire meeting, and currently we are awaiting the arrival of Chris O'Neill. But we do have a three-member quorum, so the three of us will go into executive session. Motion?
I'm going to go into executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Tattelbaum?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mrs. Brooks, yes. We will see you back here at 6 p.m. I would like to bring tonight's regular session of the Select Board to order. It's close to 6 o'clock as we could make it. Before we begin, I would like everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I ask that you take a moment to thank those individuals who are fighting to maintain our freedom on our shores and shores away. Thank you. Also a reminder that tonight's meeting is being shown live on DCTV channel and is being taped for future viewing as well. We're going to start tonight with our first item on the agenda, which is a meeting of the Affordable Housing Trust. So I'd like to call to order our members. The Affordable Housing Trust is the members of the Select Board, so.
So you've seen a motion
Welcome.
to open the meeting of the Affordable Housing Trust.
Okay.
Motion to
made
open the
by
meeting.
Mr. O'Neill and seconded by Mr. Silver. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just so that you're aware, Mr. McDonald is not here this evening. We're just having the 4 members of our board. So we're going to start this. We're going to review and approve of the Affordable Homebuyer Assistance Program application for 21 Evergreen Street. And that is page 5 in your packet, if you want to follow along. Mr. Haddad.
Sure. So I previously have mentioned this. The town has run a first-time homebuyer assistance program for a number of years. This is our 3rd or 4th time running the actual program. So we have a consultant who is here with us, Leonardi, this evening, and he can go into the program a little bit more. But essentially what it allows is you hear about us talk about affordable housing and subsidized housing inventory. So the state requires that we have at least 10% of our year-round housing be subsidized housing inventory. By doing this program, this puts single-family homes onto that inventory. So the town contributes an amount through CPA, the Affordable Housing Trust, and Community Preservation Funds towards the buy-down essentially of the home. And then there's a permanent deed restriction put on that property, so it's forever an affordable property within the town of Dartmouth. So this time around, we were giving out 2 grants up to $195,000 for a first-time home buyer, 2 first-time home buyers in the town of Dartmouth. And so Melanie Perry has worked expeditiously with the consultant, and we had a number of interested individuals, and one met all of the qualifications and has now found a home. And so it's for your approval, but I'll have Leonardi come up and kind of give an overview of where things are and where things are going.
Hi, everybody. I'm Leonardo Ray, Leonardo Architects. I'm the housing consultant for the trust. Like Cody said, pretty much, this is a buy-down program. Essentially, what it does is to purchase an affordable housing restriction, which is the cost between the affordable price, which is what people can afford within the 80% of the area median income, and the market sale price. So that is the gap that the town is offering. So in this case, and like Cody says, up to $195,000. In this case, actually could be $192,000 because the applicant is well qualifying. There's a down payment assistance program as well. So that's so we're looking for your approval so the parties can move forward with the closing. We still need to get approval from the state. So the unit is going to be included on the SHI. But we've been working pretty hard with Melanie to making sure that all the pieces are set to go. So.
And then if this is approved, we will still have one additional grant available, that we are rerunning the program. There'll be an information session in early September that we'll share the information about for applicants to apply. But yeah, this is an awesome program that the town puts together.
Yeah, and what it does is convert existing homes into affordable units without, knocking down homes or new construction or anything. So that's.
In the document we have before us, it says that this home has been renovated.
Yes.
So that's also good, because this family does not have to worry about any renovations to the
Yes.
property.
There's been some renovation to it.
Excellent. Any questions from members of the board?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Tattelbaum, seconded by Mr. Silva. Any other questions? All in favor? Aye. Hearing no opposed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Not a done deal. There's work to be done, but we're on our way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have no other new business to discuss at this time, and therefore I will call for an adjournment of this session.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now I will go back to the Select Board meeting. And at this time, Sarah's right here. We have another joint meeting at 6:30. It is only 6:13, so I am going to move a few things out of order. One thing that I'm going to move out of order, folks, is item D, which is the appointment to the Veterans Advisory Board of Stanley Mickelson. Mr. Mickelson, if you'd like to come to the microphone
Different
and
view here.
introduce yourself to the board. Who are you?
Private citizen Stanley Mickelson.
Citizen Stanley Mickelson. Before us in our packet, we have Stan's interest in being on the Veterans Advisory Board, and we also have a letter from Matt Brule asking for his appointment. I'm just scanning to see if Matt is here. I do not
No, I
see
didn't
Matt.
see him.
I didn't see Matt. Board's wish here?
Motion to approve. Second.
Second, all right.
My only question, and I'm going to ask this on any time we do an appointment, was there
Okay.
any other applicants for the position
Yeah, we have a number of other applicants that'll be before you at a future meeting.
for this board?
Yeah.
And how many openings are there on the board?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. It can be up to a certain amount, and we have quite a few spots that it can be up to.
Okay.
It might be 15, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah, but we do have a couple later on in the agenda of reappointments.
Yep. Okay.
Good question.
I try to find a way to oppose this appointment, but I can't.
We were counting on you, Mr.
Thank you.
Tattelbaum. All right, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you very much. Yeah. It is a pleasure to take this job on.
The veterans are near and dear to your heart. I know that. So thank you. I saw him sitting here, so we'll take something else out of order. This will be a little bit longer, so I will ask Sarah Haskell Aruda, let me get it in the right order, to come up. We have several items. We have the election workers, the September election warrant, and the town meeting calendar to discuss with you tonight.
Yes, they'll all be quick.
Okay.
So I have a list before you of all of the people that we are looking to pull from the list for the next 3 elections, which would be the state primary in September, the state election in November, and our annual town election in April. And then I will come before you again next summer with an updated list.
So my question to you, do I need to read these names into,
You do not.
okay.
You do not.
You have a very healthy, looks like a very healthy list of folks.
We tend to have a lot of interest. A lot of these names are people, students at UMass Dartmouth. They tend to work very short shifts because they're still trying to go to school on the days that we have elections. So normally I might have 5 people at a precinct for the entire election. I probably have 10 or 12 over at the university because people are coming in and out throughout the day, but they do staff their own precinct except for a warden and a clerk there.
And I do want to do we need to approve these election
please.
workers? Okay. So I'd look for a motion from someone on the bench here to approve these, the names of these election workers for the
Motion.
state primary, state election, and annual town election.
Motion to approve the appointment of election workers, state primary, state election, annual town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Silva. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, we have done that.
Thank you.
So now we'll move over to the warrant.
Yes,
On the
so,
warrant, I just want to call to everyone's attention that our precincts, a reminder that this year UMass Precinct 3 will continue to vote at UMass.
yes,
And this year we have a change with Precinct
9.
9 will move to the DYSA Fieldhouse, which it also holds Precinct 7.
No.
No.
So precinct 7, you'll see, is at DYAA Crapo Field
Yeah?
on Russell's Mills Road. This is going to be at the DYSA
SA.
Field House. So this is
Thank you.
adjacent to Dartmouth High School.
Okay.
Where
Its own
has-
parking.
It has its own parking, yes. It does not share anything with the high school, so that shouldn't be an issue at all. This is the first time it will be there. Precinct 9 has been combined with Precinct 6 at the COA for the last 6 years, but they have been wanting to be back in their own precinct, so in their own, area, so they'll be back in Precinct 9 by location also. So this will be our first time over at the field house on September 1st.
Excellent.
So it's a Dartmouth youth soccer building.
It
To the-
is.
If
It's
you're
their
looking at
field
the high
house.
school, the field house on the left-hand side,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Entryway is on the left side of the high school, you just bring that right around.
Yes, you want to go to the furthest driveway. It has its own driveway. There's a sign there for DYSA, so they'll know where to go. We will have signage there for the election. They'll come in, they'll make a left into that parking lot, and if they drive straight, they would hit the building. It's the only building there. Every single household with a voter in Precinct 9 has been sent their own postcard with this information and instructions on where to find it. Precinct 6 will still be at COA, so if somebody inadvertently goes there, they will be directed to the correct space. If they were to call our office, they would be directed to the correct space. In addition, every new voter or voter registration change has this address and location printed on the letter. So it's been in a variety of places. So we should be pretty good, and people are pretty familiar with where this is.
So before you go actually onto the warrant, I'm going to say, speaking of mailings, we've all received this mailing.
So you haven't all received it.
No?
Anybody who had not already applied for vote by mail in July received a postcard from the state, and that postcard would allow you to either choose to have a ballot sent to you for September or November or both. If you don't send this in for September, the state's going to send you another postcard in October offering you a vote by mail ballot for November. So, and you have until August 25th to get that back to us. We've already put in about 2,300 postcards, and ballots are being rolled out. They're rolled out every day. We don't wait to get them all set. We just, as they're ready, they've been sent out.
And on this notice, it states the party, which I have been, this is mine, that I've been affiliated with.
It
If-
does.
If I wanted to change my affiliation, I cannot wait till the day of the election and do it at the poll.
You
So
cannot.
what would I do, Sarah?
So you have until 10 days before the election to make any changes to your voter registration, including your party. Do not cross out your party on that postcard and write in a new one, because you're going to get the one that was printed on there. That's the law. And so you have until August 22nd at 5 o'clock to make that change. Also, if you're not enrolled, if you're unenrolled, or what people like to call independent, you need to pick which ballot you want, and it prompts you on that postcard to do that, and it's in red, but we're still getting lots and lots of postcards back that somebody hasn't picked a ballot. So if you're unenrolled, you must pick either a Democrat ballot or a Republican ballot. We will not change your affiliation. They used to do that in the past. We do not do that. You will simply get that ballot. If you are enrolled in a party, you can only get that ballot. So if your postcard says Republican, that's the ballot I'm sending you. I don't have an option to make a change, but you can make a change for your voter registration until August 22nd.
Okay. After August 22nd, you will get the ballot, which you are enrolled in.
Or if you have picked nothing and you were supposed to pick, you're going to get no ballot from me. You're only going to get a ballot in November. So we want to read that very, very, very closely so that everybody gets what they're looking for.
And in September, when you go, if you choose to go to the polls,
Yes.
if you're a registered Democrat, you'll get the Democrat ballot.
Correct.
If you're a registered Republican, you'll get the Republican ballot.
Correct.
And if you are unenrolled, what happens?
You get to choose.
You get to choose.
Yes, you get to
But you continue to be unenrolled.
You do continue to be unenrolled, yes.
But that's only if you're voting in person on
Correct.
September 1st.
Well, yes, you're not going to be changed your party ever at all. But yes, you're still going to have that choice, whether you do it by mail or if you do it in person. September is going to be the only time that you're choosing because it's a primary. In November, everybody votes the same ballot.
Same ballot.
So that there's no confusion about that. And please, if you're doing the postcard, make sure you sign it, because if you don't sign it, again, I can't put that information in. Yes, I think it's in red, it tells you to sign it, but.
It does.
Yes, so they're very strict by the state, is very strict with the voting laws that we have because we want everything to be transparent and above board, but we are relying on people to follow the instructions that are provided so that we can get everybody the ballot they're looking for.
Well, that was my PSA.
Thank you.
On the mailing. So now back to the actual
Warrant. So before
Warrant.
you have the warrant for the state primary, it lists all of the offices that will be represented there. Once this is signed by you all, I will sign it and the police will come and sign it and they will post it for us on the board downstairs, and it will be on the website also. And it indicates where all of the voting is and that we will have voting on September 1st, 2026 from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m.
All right, and I am going to just run down this list.
Sure.
I think it's very confusing for us at home when we're watching television, and there's a number of candidates that we're seeing, but some of these candidates are from Rhode Island, from New Hampshire, not on our ballot, no, on TV, Sarah.
Okay.
When you're
I was
seeing
gonna
them,
say,
and
whoa.
because it doesn't say that, sometimes people come to to vote for somebody that's not on our ballot. So we will be voting for a senator in Congress, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, the secretary of state, the treasurer, an auditor, all for the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
A representative in Congress from the 9th District, a counselor from the 1st District, senator in general court for the 2nd Bristol and Plymouth District, a representative in the general court for the 9th Bristol District, the district attorney of the Bristol District, the register of probate for Bristol County, the county commissioners, Bristol County, and the county treasurer, Bristol County. No
And we'll-
local elections. This is all
Correct.
local, as in no one from Dartmouth.
Well,
No
we
one-
have people from Dartmouth, but
We have
this is
people on
not
the
our
ballot,
local
but
election. This is
it's not our
considered
local.
a state primary. And we will have representatives both here in the state, like what they're calling the senator in general court and representative in general court. We would generally, in normal conversation, call a state senator a state representative. And they will only be representing Massachusetts here in Massachusetts. The senator in Congress and the representative in Congress will be working in Washington as well as here. So yes, those are the offices that we're voting for, and they're going to have a ballot that has these offices for Republicans, and they're going to have a ballot that represents these offices for Democrats. And we will get those samples up on our website so people can take a look at that prior to coming to vote in September. We're just waiting on some of those documents from the state.
Thank you, well explained. I am now passing around.
We need a motion to approve.
Vote on the motion.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yep. Dave, would you like to make a
Second.
motion? All right, motion made by Dave, seconded by Chris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now signing this. All right. And then finally, Sarah, if you would go over the review and approval of our 2026 town meeting calendar.
So this is just the calendar for the second half of the year that my office updated, and we worked with Mr. Haddad to make sure all of the dates are accurate and clear for the next town meeting, which will be in October. So as you can see, we have a number of things that will start coming up as far as articles being due and meetings, joint meetings, all coming up between the next couple of months until the warrant is finalized for that October 20th meeting.
Okay, so we have in this month of August, on the August 17th, it's the last day for zoning articles for town meeting, so that's what the planning board's working on. The last day to submit articles for town fall meeting, which is on the 31st of August, is for any of those citizen petitions, because it takes time for us to review them and to go to our town council to be reviewed.
So they would be provided to the select board office, and then the select board provides them to the town clerk's office, because we certify those signatures of the citizens on the citizens petition, and then it has to go on for further review.
All right, and then September 11th, we have the CPC articles are due. That's from our Capital Improvement Committee. And on the 14th, we have our Select Board review of the warrant. That's the first time we're looking at it.
CPC is actually community preservation.
Community preservation, okay, sorry about that.
We call capital planning as CIPC, Capital Improvement Planning.
Too many
There we go,
acronyms.
yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry.
PB, Parks Board?
Planning Board.
Planning board and FinCom.
And then we have, by September 28th, the Select Board and FinCom joint meeting if needed. And we vote on the warrant, the Select Board votes on the warrant 9/28, September 28th. So we expect that the warrant will be mailed out shortly after that. The last day to post the warrant is October 13th, and our fall town meeting, 7 p.m. at Dartmouth High School, is Tuesday, October 20th. And then the cycle for this 2026 calendar concludes.
Correct. And then in December, Mr. Haddad and I will do an updated calendar for 2027.
Excellent. And we vote on that as well? Yes. All right. I'm looking for a motion to approve the 2026, fall 2026 town meeting calendar.
Motion made.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sarah?
It is 6:29, and if I talk slow enough, we will be at 6:30 and can start our hearing with the DPW board. I know that the DPW board has to open their hearing, so thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Robert Almy. I am the chair of the DPW board. I'd like to convene a meeting on August the 3rd at 6:30, a joint meeting with the select board. With me, I have Mr. LaBelle and
Mr. Gagne.
there's Mr. Gagne. They're challenging me. Mr. Gagne is backlit, and they're at opposite corners of the room. This is an in-person meeting, so we do not have to take roll call.
All right.
First order of business, I'd like to introduce the department's new business manager. I'd like Tim Barber, the Director of Public Works, to make that introduction.
Good evening, Tim Barber, Director of Public Works. I'd like to introduce Brandy Silver, our new business manager. She comes to us with an extensive knowledge and background of finance, accounting, and Excel and Munis software, and she's jumped right in. She's been with us for about a month, and she's doing a lot of great work at the DPW.
Thank you, Brandy. And just for transparency, I'm Heidi Silva Brooks. To my left is Nathan Silva. We are not related to each other or to you. But welcome,
Thank you.
Ms. Silva.
And my mother's an O'Neill, so I'm not related to Chris.
All right, any relation? We're all related somehow. Brandy, before you even begin, we recently, as a board, received communication from you, overall spreadsheets, looking at a summary, a 10-year forecast, fund balances, options as we move forward, comparisons. Wow. Tim said you've been here a month.
Yes.
You are a fast learner, and
I'm
thank you
trying.
very much. This was great information. But I will start with members of the board with any questions for you or comments related to your position, which is newly created.
It is.
We've never had someone in this position before. So, members of the board. Mr. O'Neill?
Yeah, Brandy, I just had a quick question about your previous experience with grant writing.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much experience you've had or in the...
Yep. So in New Bedford, I worked for the Parks and Rec Department, and that was a lot of grant writing. We were always having to focus on that because, unfortunately, as I'm sure many of you know, New Bedford doesn't have the best budget, especially now. So yes, we were constantly looking for new grants to run our programs, to run our rec center, and also funding our lunch program during the summer as well.
Mm-hmm. I've heard just in the last couple of weeks that the amount of work that you're putting in already has been great. Fresh set of eyes, which is really important. One of the things I'd like to continue to do, as we have just recently started to get into a new way of looking at budgeting for the department and communicating with the public about exactly what their costs are. You're going to have a very important role in explaining to people exactly what this department does, how expensive it is to run, and how we're going to budget going forward to try and ease the pain from people that are just recently seem like they're getting beat up a little bit.
Yeah.
A lot.
Absolutely.
A lot.
Yes.
So I'll be looking for you to try and communicate that properly to the public and make sure that any questions are answered and explanations are given way ahead of time before decisions are made, so we can, like any other household, we can, try and budget for things and have the reasons why. So welcome, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Silva?
And I know I sent you an email already, but I was thrilled to see the quality of the analysis that you provided for the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. That is, at our last meeting was a joint meeting with the Board of Public Works, and I was asking these questions, like what analysis are we using to make the decisions that are being made? And that is the work product that I was hoping to see as the basis for those decisions that are being made. So I'm thrilled that you have that level of expertise and that level of detail. It's going to be a world of difference for our community. So welcome aboard.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Brandy. I'm going to just repeat, but a little different perspective in addition. We've been waiting for you to arrive because our residents, there's no other department in the town that is becoming more visible and more important than the Department of Public Works. It comes to all the housing issues, sewer and water, clean water. All these projects demand data and budgeting and detail and facts, and that's what we're going to be, because we need that to do our job. I think that there's a lot of confusion in town about why we're doing this and how can we get away with that, and I think it's all about facts and figures and substantiating, and we're going to be watching it carefully because it's important, and I think our residents really deserve that information, so we're going to deliver with your help. Thank you, Mrs. Brooks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that most recently, and we're going to be going into a little bit later in our program, to talk about rates, but I feel now we can have a true discussion about rates when we see in black and white what the projections are. for the future, rather than spitballing information, so I thank you for that. So I have a question for you. What has been most satisfying your first month in on the job? I'm not going to ask which one was challenging, but satisfying first month in.
I love numbers. I approach them like puzzles. I always want to figure out where the missing pieces are. So looking at the sewer and water, the trash, and also working with Gary and Tim, like it's been a great experience. I've been able to find where we might have been missing things historically and try to make adjustments from there, and also make offers that hopefully benefit the residents as a whole.
Thank you. We are not related. That would not be on my top 10.
Just one
yes,
thing to add, Brandy. I hope, and I anticipate that bringing you on board was not a tough decision, but it was another salary in the town. So for me, it was a little bit difficult.
Understood.
I'd like to see, if at all possible, us look at ways to bring this, the outside contracts down. And a lot of the studies that we do, especially out of the DPW, which are warranted, see if we can bring some of that stuff inside and, in effect,
That's certainly
some
my
savings.
goal. Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Thank
I'll
you
let
very
you
much.
step away from the microphone, but you may be called up by one of us or Mr. Barber in a little bit of time.
Could probably do rates next.
Okay.
And then leave the candidates.
Oh, good
until
idea.
Brandy's here.
All right.
And then
Since Brandy is here, we're going to segue right into rates. So we're going to move to our third item tonight, which is our review of rates. And we were together a month ago, and we talked about water, sewer, and solid waste. And since then, I know that the Board of Public Works had their meeting, set rates for solid waste. The solid waste bills have gone out. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Mr. Almy? We had lots of concerns after our last meeting.
We listened very carefully to the discussion that we had, and the trash rates were increased by $10 per year to 140.
Yeah, they would increase by $30.
By $30, and the purchase of bags was increased as well. This was within the parameters that we had discussed with the select board. I'll let Mr. Barber introduce water and sewer rates.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hello.
Yeah, so the bag fees were increased by $1 for the roll of 5 small bags and by $2 for a roll of large bags.
So now a roll of small bags is $6, and a
Correct.
roll of large bags is $12.
$12, that's correct.
Okay.
And the bag fees have not changed cost, have not been increased since the inception of the program in 2008. So.
Did you have a question? No, okay. On that, the mailing that went out, could you just do a little bit of an explanation? The front of the bill is accurate from what you're saying, but the back of the bill said FY 2026, which it's FY 2027, and it said the base rate for a residential unit was $110,000, and this is what's on the back of the bill, which caused some confusion. So can you just talk about who is responsible for creating these documents that go out? I don't know if it's your department or another department or...
So it's our department. So we create the bills and send them to a company called Invoice Cloud,
Yeah,
and then it goes to Bill Trust. And I think there was a communication error between the two, and they sent out the FY26 information. And they're currently working on that. as well as there was an issue with the uploading of the PDF files for the bills. So when you go onto the website and go to look at your bill, it's not bringing up the PDF or a visual image of your bill. And they're also working on that. It's a software problem on their end.
All right, so they're working on that.
Yes.
Okay. The calendar that also goes out, is that somewhere linked on your website?
So it should be on the website, absolutely, in the solid waste portion of the Public Works page.
Okay, because this, on social media, occasionally is what's brought up. What is this week, black or gray? And then by the time someone answers it, we're into the next week. So
Absolutely.
I just need people to be able to access that easily. When I look at the information that Brandy has put together for our bags, for the bag fees and the annual fee, based on projected totals to fund the program, it looks like we're looking at a pretty consistent annual increase going forward, which probably makes sense. And what doesn't make sense is the fact that we haven't had an increase since 2008. I mean, that's 18 years ago. That was pretty good. There's nothing from 18 years ago that we're paying the same now.
Absolutely.
So that totally makes sense. And I know that we need to do some PR around what these fees pay for and how that works, and what are some of the commercial carriers in our area, what are they running? Because we are still offering a service at a good price, and people need to know what the fee includes. So the $140, you pick up my trash that I've put out in orange bags, and every other week you pick up my recycling paper or plastic.
Correct. Yeah, so it includes all the curbside collection for recycling and solid waste. It also includes use of the transfer station for solid waste and recycling. As long as the municipal trash is in an orange bag at the transfer station, you don't pay any additional tipping fees. But if you bring them other than that in a black bag or loose trash, you have to get on the scale and pay a tipping fee. But it does cover the use of that, and all the recyclable items are free to discard at the transfer station.
And at the transfer station, you also accept large items, mattresses at an additional fee,
Correct.
metals, I'm trying to think what I've seen being dumped off.
Yeah, there's construction and demolition material at a fee, a tipping fee. We accept food waste, appliances, electronics, fluorescent light bulbs, batteries, oil, magazines, tires, cardboard.
Whatever you have.
Yeah, some of them are costly. Some of them have fees, but most of the recyclable items do not, like cardboard and oil and plastics and metal.
The transfer station on Russell's Mills Road. I don't know the number of that one.
976.
976
Russell's
Russell's
Mills Road.
Mills Road. But before that, we have the water treatment center, which also collects your
So
leaves
yep.
and
brush,
Brush.
yard waste.
waste, again, at no fee.
Correct.
You bring that into the transfer station, and then that is ground up and mixed with some of our sludge from the wastewater treatment plant.
Biosolids. So the brush is chipped and mixed with the solids, the biosolids from the wastewater treatment facility, but the leaves are not. The leaves are discarded. A lot of times we will bring those to Crapo Hill, but the brush is chipped and processed and used to make a compost material.
So when you look at the fact that $140 a year gets your bagged household waste picked up in orange bags, your recyclables, curbside, plastics and cans and plastics, paper and cardboard a different week, plus the use of the transfer station, plus the use of the compost center. Now, I pay an additional fee to have my food waste picked up curbside at my house, and that's a direct, fee that I've made with Black Earth through the Greater New Bedford Recycling Center. But that, again, keeps the food waste out of, means I'm not using my garbage disposal, keeps it out of the wastewater treatment plant so that the pipes can last a bit longer, and keeps it out of the regular composting of other waste.
Absolutely. And when you mentioned keeps it out of the wastewater treatment plant, that's from going into a garbage disposal, which also, wreaks havoc on all of our infrastructure and our wastewater treatment facility. So that's it's a great option to discard your food waste. And just, I think I stated this last meeting that we originally started with 2 carts collecting food waste at the transfer station. And we looked at the city of New Bedford as an example, and they started with 2 and they had to reduce down to 1. We then were overtopping our carts, so we expanded to a 3rd cart, and now we're actually looking at expanding to a 4th cart. So, residents are really using this to discard food waste, which is great because, DEP does have a ban on large quantities of food waste from going into the municipal stream, but it's hard to enforce that at the residential level. And when the residents are coming out and doing it themselves, it's great, and it's all that saves capacity at the Crapo Hill landfill.
I pay because I'm afraid that the bag is going to tear when I'm transporting it in my car, and I'm on an every other week pickup. And when I lift that lid, I feel like I could take an eyeball out, and I fear for that, so I pay for it to be removed. But having had so many conversations with you and members of the wastewater treatment plant, and knowing all the items that I had been putting in the garbage disposal that have bad effects on my pipes, on your pipes, the fact that we have to use more water to flush it through the system as a solid waste was so eye-opening for me. Once you see, you can't unsee it, and after I couldn't unsee it, I had to do something with that waste. And I do compost in my yard with yard waste, and I was putting the food out there, but this just seems to be a better breakdown.
Absolutely. And along with a lot of food waste that people may put down in garbage disposal, it includes grease a lot of times. So when grease goes down and you rinse it with hot water, it
Creates a solid.
It starts off in liquid form, and then it solidifies down the line and creates blockages, and it makes it can back up a sewer main into houses. It collects in our pump stations, so they have to be dug out by hand to get all that grease out, and it's not fun.
Well, I can only do what I can do at one
Absolutely.
house, but this is
Thank
another
you.
public service announcement from me. Mr. Haddad, in going along at these, we already discussed the water and sewer rates. Had the DPW board voted on those as well?
Prior to the select board meeting, the last select board meeting?
I know they hadn't prior.
They have now. All
They
the
have
rates
now,
been
so
voted,
all
correct.
rates have been, so, Mr. Barber, could you run down the approved rates?
Sure.
We know our, the $140 per resident for the solid waste removal. We have water and sewer. And what was the rates that were voted on by DPW board?
The water rates were increased by 7.5%, and the sewer rates were increased by 16%.
And could you tell us, if you have that in front of you, they were increased, what are they now? So what are those numbers now? They weren't increased to they were increased by 7.5%.
Correct.
It's a tiered structure?
Yes.
So it's all different levels depending on usage and...
Hold on. Excuse me 1 second.
Yep. I just want folks at home to have an idea of what's,
Mr. Brooks,
yes, sir.
give Tim a chance. I'd just like to add regarding the $140. We had a presentation from the our landfill at Crapo combination with New Bedford, and we find out that 60% of the recyclables, 60% of the towns in the Commonwealth are sending their trash out of their own town because they have no room for it. They didn't have the plan or the space. And between all the recycling we do, controlling our trash bags, and having a landfill that really has control of itself, we had reports that we're going to be as much as 5, 10, or even maybe 15-year extension life on our Crapo landfill, so we can load our trash into our own and control our destiny as far as that cost. And it all comes together in a universe of no one wants to pay more for those orange trash bags, but we should have been increasing them a little more steady base going way back, but we had to make up ground. But you look at the total package of what we're doing, and it's growing. It's quite a town effort to make it work. And I think that we're talking now about all these other major issues coming up for the DPW, and we hope to certainly control them in the same way we can with facts, figures, and control, and a lot of planning. And a high level of participation from this board as well to coordinate with the DPW.
David, can I tag on to that
Sure.
briefly while Tim's getting ready? So all of it really, when it comes to solid waste, comes back to Crapo Hill. We need to keep that thing going as long as we can, because if we foul that up, we're going to be in trouble. The rates that we're paying now are substantially lower than any other city or town around here, and you have to avoid at all costs transportation. We've got a big enough problem with the sludge that we're going to have to deal with soon anyway. What I'd like to see when we get back to communication is trying to figure out and give the citizens an idea of exactly what the average cost is for that program, for the solid waste program. I know I think Jessica's working on some information when you try and come up with some type of comparison to the private haulers. Give us an idea of, okay, if I'm paying you the 140 plus I'm buying 2 large bags a week, I'll get a number, and then at the end of the day, how does that compare to not having to worry about that, not having to worry about going down to Crapo Hill with any construction debris, materials and stuff like that? How does that compare to some of the private haulers? I'd like to make that available to the people so they have an idea of exactly what we're trying to do with this program. The bags were installed essentially to discourage excess garbage if possible, to increase recycling as much as we can in order to give us enough time on Crapo Hill to make it worthwhile, and just extend the life of that landfill. So there's a lot behind it. It's not just about increasing rate. The cost of the material, or the cost of the equipment that these guys have to buy is crazy. It's out of control. But somebody has to pay for it in order to. I'll tell you, down in New York when they lost access to the garbage for a few weeks, it's not pretty. You got to do what you got to do to keep this thing going in the right direction. So any communication we can give to the citizens on that particular program in relation to what private hauls would charge, I think would be very helpful to us.
Well, I certainly think between Brandy and the DPW and Jessica, our communications person, I look forward to having that available to our residents so that they can see side-by-side comparisons. Are you ready for us?
Yes.
And I
And-
apologize for putting you on the spot.
No, it's all right. If I may, also on the solid waste, so the one fee that stayed really low is municipal trash discarding at Crapo Hill. So we've kept that, it's been $25 per ton for years that we've paid. And years ago, when we started the pay-as-you-throw program, we were able to reduce the amount of municipal solid waste by 40%, and we've maintained that low level of trash being discarded at the landfill. So we've kept that tonnage fee down. Just recently, due to increased costs at Crapo Hill, that they increased our cost to $28. But, if you look at any private hauler or landfill.
So we'll use Fall Road, compare it to Fall Road.
Yeah.
The number's got to be what, 135
Yeah, I think it's 135 or 140.
versus 28?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I need people to realize and understand, because that number, if we ever get to that figure, this 140 is
Absolutely.
nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have, like you said, all of our fees, our equipment, our vehicle costs, and, like C&D waste and get rid of mattresses and fuel. It's just all those costs continue to go up. We bring our recyclable products up to Brockton, to Republic Services, so hauling all that up there, it's just, everything continues to increase, so. So back to the sewer and water. So
Please.
as far as the tiers go, we went from last year, this past cycle, we were at $30.84 for the first tier for a minimum of a 5/8 inch meter in service for water. So our current proposed is going from $30.84 to $33.15. And then.
And typically, that's
yes.
the size pipe that a single-family home would have.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. And as you go up, I think a 1 inch, is $46.55. And then the first tier is going from $55.51 to $59.67. And that's for the first 450 cubic feet above the minimum. On the sewer, the sewer residential minimum is going from $25.37 to $29.43. And then anyone connected to sewer, New Bedford sewer, is going from $76.10 to $84.80.
I'm sorry, and what was that for Dartmouth again?
For Dartmouth, so it was $25.37 to $29.43. And then the first residential tier is $49.76 to $57.72. New Bedford doesn't have tiers, so it's a one cost, which is $76.10. It's going to $84.80.
I think that's an important comparison to make, what it costs us in our community to get rid of our sewer versus next door in New Bedford. I happen to live in the Bliss Corner area, which I am connected to New Bedford sewer, so I'm paying the New Bedford rate. But that's a stark difference between the cost for our community to dispose, or most of our community to dispose of our waste versus New Bedford.
Correct. And currently, our cost for purchasing water in New Bedford is $5.84 per 100 cubic feet, and that's currently not changing. I think further as we get into the year, maybe late August or September, they're looking at meeting and discussing rates and future rates. So we may see an increase at that point, but at this time, At the beginning of the fiscal year, we haven't seen an increase, which is good.
I guess I would just reiterate what I had said at the last meeting. For me, the most important thing right now, as it relates to all three of these enterprise funds, is our ability to level out the rate increases so we don't have these big spikes, 13% mid-year, followed by a 16%, followed by a 7.5%. I would like to see a nice, steady, predictable rate increase. And I think Brandy's analyses that she's going to be working on, and she's already got a draft form of the solid waste, is going to be critical. And for our board and prospective board members, there's going to be good options that she's presenting to choose from in terms of what's most palatable, whether it's once every 3 years or something smaller every year. But those are things that I am excited to have those conversations and to be able to get to a point where we can level out those rate increases so that we're not getting whiplash, every, semi-annually, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, and I think, and it's great to be able to project that and propose a level rate, but you run into some, high increases and issues that, sometimes you'll have to move outside of that level rate. You may have to go higher, like we did recently. And when we look at water usage and peak water usage during these peak months in July, or basically May through September, but mostly through July, August, and into September, where we're restricted from drawing water out of the ground because of river levels. And luckily, with the amount of rain we've been having this year, it's been keeping our river levels up. So we've been able to maintain pumping some of our wells that we typically shut off. We had them off in June because of the restriction, but we've been mostly pumping on through the month of July.
But those operations are typical every year, right? We typically buy water from New Bedford every year, so we should be able to forecast it. Now, something like what's happening with the sludge and are going from a revenue source to a $1 million cost is something that you can't predict. You could build some contingencies into the rate forecast, and I see that we have that with our solid waste forecast. You can't build $1 million contingency into a budget, but we can build in reasonable contingencies to make sure that we're building capacity so that when these crazy things happen, and they will happen from time to time, hopefully rarely, but they will happen from time to time, we can be prepared and have enough reserves to be able to, again, level that out, not have to deal with it all in the year in which it happens. We can sort of taper that off over time so that it's not so painful in the moment in which it happens. So I'm, again, very excited.
Same here.
I'll leave it at that.
And Tim, this is going back, we're going back to the 15 points on retained earnings, right? Is this including 15? Yeah. All right. So the retained earnings is used by you and your department to try and offset some of the capital expenses that you have to buy down the road. So we put that, in the private sector, you're talking about a profit, right? You use that profit and you take a certain amount, you put it aside in case you got to buy something.
Take it back and as a business, you reinvest it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we do. We're reinvesting that into our capital projects.
We had gotten away from that a little bit and had to knock that number down, but now we're back to a number that makes sense for you guys to run this, you people to run the program properly. Okay.
If I, go ahead. No, I just wanted to mention Brandy's done an excellent job, and I'm very excited to have her. One of the things we really need to focus on, and this is more of a plea to the community, is water conservation efforts. So to Nate's point, there's some predictability with the amount of water we've been buying from New Bedford, although since the blizzard, we've had a couple of our wells down due to a transformer. There's still a lead time. Hopefully at the end of this month, those wells will be back online. So, but we have a number of wells that are back online that have been offline for 4 or 5 years. So you would think we're in a good spot this year. I just pulled up the data. In the month of June of 2026, we purchased 50 million gallons of water from the city of New Bedford. That's 18 million more than last year at this time. And we have more wells online this year than we did last year for the month of June. Now, we had to turn some of those wells off because of the Pascomanzit River levels. So that certainly contributed. If you remember, we had a really hot and dry June, particularly toward the end of June. But we still purchased 18 million more gallons of water from New Bedford in June this year compared to last year, and a total of 50 million gallons of water just from the city of New Bedford. So that's why water conservation is very important. Because if you look at the cost of running our water department, and it costs us about 10 times more to purchase the water from New Bedford than it does for us to run our own water department with the amount of water that we produce. So it's always better to produce our own water, but we certainly need water conservation from the community, because when we're paying 10 times more, that's what's causing the rates to have to go up to keep up with that.
And we've had a number of days of rain, but we're still not out of a drought. Even though it feels like we've had, Noah's building an ark, we're still not out of a drought.
Correct.
So
It
when we're
takes a while
thinking,
to catch up, but hopefully we do catch up.
in these May to September is our peak water use, of course, the summer, but people at home need to think about that. This is not, although they may want to water their grass, just wait for Mother Nature to do it and embrace a not-so-green yard, perhaps.
And definitely abide by the restrictions. So you shouldn't be watering any lawns before 9 a.m. and after 6 p. Or be after 9 a.m. or before 6 p.m.
So not during the heat of the day. It's
Right,
doing
where
nothing.
at those times, the water's going to evaporate and not really do your lawn any good anyway. So, at the minimum amount that you can water your lawn, if you're watering your lawn, it, can conserve as much water as you can through those months. It'll help out.
And
drastically.
soaking rain coming down does not,
No.
leads to runoff, not
Oh, and
necessarily
during-
absorption.
And during some of these soaking rains, we'll drive around and we'll see irrigation sprinklers on, sometimes on private wells, sometimes on municipal water. So we will send out letters, whether it's during the rain or during a time of the restriction after 9 a.m. or before 6 p.m.
Anyone else? Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will now go into our last bit of business with the DPW board. So board members, we have 3 seats up here if you'd like to sit. I know that the DPW board has already done an introductory interview with a number of candidates who are interested in serving on the board. We're looking for 2 additional candidates to round out the board to 5 full members. And some of us on the board did view, actually in real time or in replay of those interviews. So, Mr. Almy?
We were given 5 of, I think, 12 applicants. First, let me say, I think it's great that there was that level of interest, absolutely. Of the 5, 1 withdrew. Of the 4 that we actually interviewed, they are excellent candidates. So we have passed on our recommendation to Cody, but I think it would be most fair for the select board then to ask questions and get to know some of the candidates. Because in the end, it's your board's responsibility to make those appointments.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to invite up to the microphone Lee. Thank you, Lee. And I apologize, I'm calling you Lee because I do not want to mess up your given first name and last name. So if you could please.
I've used Lee Azanera for the last almost 60 years, so
Okay.
even my business cards say Lee.
All right.
But
Could
my
you pronounce your first and last name for us, though?
first name is Elidio, last name Azanera.
Azanero.
It is Portuguese, by the way. But it's the only one in the state of Massachusetts.
All right. Looking at, if you could just, not only for us, we have information in front of us, but for the viewing public, just tell us a little bio of yourself. What's your experience
Okay,
and your passion in this field?
okay, I am by education, I am a civil engineer, licensed as a civil and structural engineer. I have over 37 years of experience in DPW administration. I started in Woonsocket back in May of 1989, where I was DPW director, overseeing staff back then of 165 people. Then in 1996, I moved to Mansfield, Mass, where I worked for 26 years. Retired from there in March of 22. And then as a contractor, I continued to serve as executive director of the Regional Wastewater District, which I helped create, which comprises of wastewater for Mansfield, Foxborough, and Norton, the MFN Regional Wastewater District, which I do part-time. I know in watching some of the discussions here, I've probably have about 30 years of setting water and sewer rates. About 30, probably 35 out of 37, I was dealing with trash collection. My responsibilities included water, sewer, highway, trash, public buildings, and even public parking, because we also had a train station in Mansfield. I also served on this board, on the board, the Public Works here, I believe it was 10 or 11 years, back when served with Manny Branco and Mark Nunes for most of that time. And I only left for personal reasons at the time because I moved out of town for a short period of time. I moved back, and I think Public Works is, after these many years, is kind of a passion, so I kind of still enjoy it. Like to try to give back to the community. Some of the staff was already there back when I was on the board. I know there's challenges. The rates surprised even me, the amount of rates. I know I was fortunate. I completed about 6 years ago a $40 million sewer upgrade and managed to do it, I think, with only passed on to the communities about 4%, 3 to 4% increases. But it took a lot of years many years of planning to get there. We're not always, no matter how much we try, we can't always do that. But I try to look forth. I know with water and sewer rates, it's better to go slow and steady than to go zero and then have to come up to 15 or 20%. At least that's my philosophy. So I think I bring to the table almost 40 years of experience in these varied areas, including, I think, on the transportation side, I chaired the JTPG, the Joint Transportation Planning Group, for 15 years. Attended meetings probably for almost 26. So I'm very familiar with that, with what the communities have to do to try to get some of the federal grants to do the transportation projects, which continue to get more expensive every day. Again, I know you have staff that follows that, but I think I speak their language.
Thank you.
So.
Mr. Tattlebaum, do you have a question?
Lee, thanks for your interest. Your qualifications speak for themselves, but what do we need from you more than anything else, in my view, is we need an independent voice able to say, and you gather that experience in your singular view about how things are done, and then meld it together with the other members of the group. Thank goodness now we're going to have 5 members. It comes at a great time because we're going to be building projects like we've never done before, and we need 5 independent voices to give us the end result of which is the best possible solution to these issues and can do. And I would ask that, are you able to, how do you feel about being an independent voice and able to be part of that team so you can end up with the end result we can be proud of?
I think the best discussion is when you get somebody who takes a different approach or looks at things differently, makes everybody think about it. When everyone agrees on something, you don't necessarily spend as much thought onto it. So I think I always encourage people to speak their minds and their opinions. I mean, I have a 7-member board right now, and I get uncomfortable if there's no questions. Because to me, that means might not really be looking at things. I think we do our best work when everybody's looking at things and they have different ways of looking at them. I mean,
I-
there's many times that, you know, after, with all these years, there's times where we, you know, presented something that made the commission, to a board like yours, and somebody had a different idea, and we went up pursuing it, and it was different than what we were going to do, but it went up with a great project in the end. So we have to remain open to different voices.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and also say that the discussions coming forward with 5 members, I love what Zoom did for us because it saved. We had 3 town meetings with 300 people on it. It worked. But there's a time and place for Zoom and a time for place for in-house, and especially when we're going to spend $70 million on a sewer treatment plant, I think gutting it out in a room together makes a big difference, so that I think that there has to be a blend, a common sense, efficient blend of Zoom and in-house meetings. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Mr. Silva?
Sure, I just got a couple questions. You answered some of my questions already, but I'm going to ask because just would be consistent with everyone. Can you explain to me like your thought on the business management side of DPW? I know there's a lot of engineering, there's a lot of equipment, nuts and bolts, but talk to me about your experience with the business side of it.
What I do currently is manage a $7 million budget. I do more. I mean, I occasionally use my engineering when I fill out some permits for DEP and so on, that I may have to put my engineering stamps on it, but my day-to-day responsibilities is budgeting. Because we build the 3 communities, and probably I always say there's probably 2 people, the treasurer and me, who understand the comprehensive budget. So I've been doing more budgeting, and as Public Works Director, I think our operating budget was well over 20 million, and we had some years that our capital budget was probably 40 million. So I've been doing more budgeting than anything else for the last 25 to 30 years.
Thank you. My last question. So we have a lot of projects on the horizon, whether it's our wastewater treatment plant, upgrades to our water system, roadways, et cetera. And one of the things I campaigned on was instilling a sense of urgency to get these things done. So what can you do to help instill a sense of urgency to chip away at these things that have been sort of on the back burner that we've kicked down the road? What's your approach to keeping things moving?
I think that there's no silver bullet. It's just a matter of keeping the focus. I'm sure there's contracts already there ongoing on some of these plans, keeping them on schedule and keeping the focus. To be honest, I haven't really spoken to DPW ahead of this to see what their biggest challenges are, but I can see that from today's discussions that the wastewater plant upgrade's a major one, and then trying to find see what funding there is out there, which it's always changing. I know when last upgrade I did, we were fortunate that we got a lot of it at zero interest for 30 years, but I think that's gone. That was a good deal, great deal.
It's a great deal.
Yes.
Can we bring that back?
I think it was also because we created the first regional wastewater district in over 30 years in Massachusetts. So I think they were a little more generous because the state was promoting regionalization. But that was still great. 0 years. I would have stretched out to 40 if they'd allowed it.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
Lee, I don't have many questions for you. Your resume obviously speaks for itself. I'll commend Rob, though. Rob was, he embraced the idea of going from 3 to 5 3 years ago. So he understood the importance of trying to get more than one member on a site if there was an issue, to try and help applicants, proponents, developers get a sense of how they get through some of the issues that you have in the field. So I'm excited to be able to have actual board members out in the field without having to, deal with the open meeting law. It would be great. The breadth of experience that you have is really good. We've got some great applications here. Currently what you're doing, if you can briefly explain, are you doing any outside contracting with any other towns or?
No. All I've done is, other than working for the MFN Regional Wastewater District, is I've helped some friends expedite projects through the town, what I call my pro bono work. I've worked around town halls for or city halls for 40 years, almost 40 years. So I have friends that were doing ADUs, my sister and a few others, and I've helped them through the paperwork process.
Yeah,
As what I call my pro bono work.
Yeah, well, it's important because one of the bigger things that I was worried about was, trying to get some kind of balance on boards.
Yeah.
The public experience, we've got that covered. We've got some of the, some great minds on there now. A little bit more private sector experience.
I did that years ago.
Yeah.
I've had people ask me, and it's my time. My time at my age is precious.
Yep.
So I choose what I do at this point in time.
Good. All set. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, I have a couple of questions. One, the municipalities you've worked in, have they had the enterprise fund system?
Yes. Woonsocket did. When I started in Mansfield, they had water. They didn't have sewer. Once I presented to the finance committee and the board of selectmen with what was coming in the future, they immediately created the sewer enterprise fund, which was probably about 27, 28 years ago. So yes, I also I had.
It's unique, and it's not in every municipality, which is why
I also had a parking enterprise fund. So I managed three enterprise funds: water, sewer, and I brought forth the rate setting every year, and I would give different examples of the for water sewer rates.
Okay. In your experience, have you worked with building facilities other than, and that would include that regionalized sewer treatment plant?
Yes. I was also responsible for public buildings in Mansfield. All public buildings other than schools came under DPW. I had a public buildings manager. And I also served as the owner's project manager for the $40 million sewer expansion and upgrade that we completed about 5-6 years ago. The number of water treatment improvements during my tenure also, including they were completing the first PFAS treatment plant when I retired.
And different, federal and state changes have made the job that much harder.
Yeah, I'm also certified Massachusetts procurement official, so I'm familiar with the procurement laws in Massachusetts. I'm still certified.
My next question has to do with conflicts of interest. Is there anything that you can think of that you would need to disclose going forward at meetings if particular projects are discussed or?
I'm very familiar with it. I still, even though I'm a contractor, I still do the conflict of interest training. And I can tell you the only time a plan came up when I was on the board before that I had worked on, it had nothing to do with me, but I not only did I excuse myself, I stepped out of the room for the discussion.
Thank you. Those are my three. Anything we didn't cover that you feel you need to share at this point?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Lee.
All right. Will you be making decisions tonight?
That's our plan. We got to get moving.
Yeah.
On this. Yes, thank
Do you
you.
have any further questions?
No further questions.
Then have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm just going in our packet. The next individual coming up to us to talk with. You know that Addison Greenlaw is unable to make our meeting, so I know we've either viewed his. Next would be James Ritchie, if Mr. Ritchie could come up.
Hi, good evening.
Hi there. You had the benefit of observing our first round, so so we'll do the same. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, bring your resume to life.
Sure. I've got over 40 years' experience in the environmental field. I graduated from UMass, Southeastern Mass University, with a Bachelor of Science degree in marine biology. My first job was with the city of New Bedford at their primary wastewater treatment facility, where I served as the chemist for about 9 years. I left that position to go to work for GHR Engineering, where I had the opportunity to do a lot of work in small wastewater facilities, hazardous waste work, landfill work, monitoring, a good deal of environmental monitoring, sampling, and inspections of the smaller facilities, and operations of small facilities, fill in at times. When the new facility was being built, I was rehired by the city to oversee the last 20% of the construction of the facility, oversee the startup, and then eventually oversee the operation of the facility as well. The facility was operated by a professional services group, a private firm, in which I was a part of the group that interviewed all the prospective operators that applied. I think there was about 5 of them at that time. Also was involved with sludge disposal contracts, and most recently, the last contract rewrote to put it out to bid. And that was 10, 15 years ago now. And the same with the renewal of the operation contract as well. Been involved in just about every major project in the city, including, obviously the wastewater plant, upgrades to the water plant, upgrades to pumping stations, replacing pumping stations, inspections of water mains, replacement of water mains, and operations of both water and wastewater pump stations. Been involved in a number of demolition projects, starting with the screen house that was down at the south end, demolition of the primary facility. I was involved with the demolition of Airbox facility, where everything was loaded up in trucks and sent out to Michigan. I had the top grade 7 wastewater treatment facility license, grade 4 water facility operators license, and operators for the distribution system. I also, when it came to grants, one of the first grants that I applied for and got was to start a forestry program up in our Freetown forest area. And for about 10 years, we were successful in running that program, which provided some income for the city, but it was mainly to work on the health of the forest around the drinking water supply. We also got grants for water savings from the DEP, which we were able to get, I forgot what the heck it was, the like low flow toilets throughout some of the city facilities, and water conservation kits for our residents. I also oversaw the operation and startup of the Sullivan's Ledge treatment facility, and was the main contact for the city, dealing with the state and EPA and the responsible parties at that facility as well. Trying to think what else did a little bit of everything.
I guess so.
Our department was one where, and probably like, as you say, in a lot of the DPWs, if there's something unusual comes along, we'd try to find a fit for it, and whatever it happened to be, wherever your strength might be, you went off and took care of it. Somehow I got involved with having to make sure that the railroad crossing on Herman Melville Boulevard was working and getting inspected when it was necessary. Also oversaw some of the environmental work that was done on the rail yard as well. So again, a little bit of everything: hazardous waste, wastewater, the water, a lot of environmental laboratory work, and and I did a lot of the regulatory work for the department as well. So.
Thank you. Mr. Tannenbaum?
Thank you. Jim, it's nice to meet you.
He was in the room. Same questions.
Sure. It's nice to meet you, and thanks for your interest. My question about being an independent voice, probably more important than all, because I take it you worked many years with Ron LaBelle, who I will always have this incredible amount of admiration and respect for Ron. And being an independent voice will probably be a big challenge because you've worked together for so long, but how can you deal with that? Can you talk about that?
I obviously worked for Ron for quite a number of years, I guess close to 26. There was a few times when I tried to hire him for positions and back and forth. So I think there's plenty of times where we might have disagreed or wanted to looked at things alternately, but ultimately the goal was to provide the best service to the community for the least amount of dollars. And I always felt that we owed the community the best that we had, and whether never had a problem bringing up a difference of an opinion, or did you look at it? Let's look at it this way, or in some other direction as well. So many of the things that I spoke of, Ron would assign me, go take care of that, and just report back to him how we were making out. Sullivan's Ledge was an example that I was in charge of that for 10 years. I was also responsible for helping get the solar panels installed there, dealing with the federal and state regulators, as well as solar panels, a big project up at the water plant, over 10 acres of solar panels. But I think because I know where he's coming from oftentimes, and I've had a great relationship with him. I don't think it's going to be a problem. We've never really had a problem with communicating, and just about everything that we did was a team approach to things. So I don't see it as an issue.
Thanks. I'll do one quick comment. I've always felt that the CSO issue is a regional issue that will not be solved by waiting for the city to do something. And hope maybe you can help us with a regional approach to gather resources from all over to get that project moving along more quickly.
It was one of the last projects that we were working on as far as developing the program. So we
had a long way to go.
Right. We put together a 40-year program for millions of dollars, but some of it is being implemented and has been implemented. Yep. So we're moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. Mr. Silva?
Yep, got the same questions. On the business management side, what has been your experience managing the business of the DPW, or in the roles you've been involved in?
The actual business side was more done with the commissioner and the financial staff that was there. We got involved to some degree, but not the day-to-day things. Longer things like annually trying to prepare how much will our sludge disposal costs be, or what and looking forward for that sort of thing. Chemical costs for the water plant, the wastewater plant operational costs, that was always there. So it was probably more providing input as to the data and future expenses rather than the day-to-day operation. I've focused mostly on the regulatory and operational portions of our plants, and the personnel that are operating them.
Thank you. And then, again, going about creating a sense of urgency, what's your plans and thoughts on how to create a sense of urgency to chip away at these long-term projects that we have to face as a community?
I always worked we worked as a group to bring projects to fruition, and then working with the contractors, on a number of programs or projects, I would be the city's representative. And it'd be providing oversight to the contractors, holding their feet to the fire to get the projects done on time, and most importantly, under budget, if at all possible. So I think just having a presence, having the background to know when things are slowing down or when problems look like they're going to come. And always when there was an issue, resolving an issue on a project as quickly as possible, and always with what is best for the community as opposed to what's best for the contractor. We always kept that in mind.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill.
Mr. Ritchie, you're responsible for cleaning the tang out of those springs over at Whaling City. So I appreciate that. As a kid, we used to, hit the balls in those springs and go, oh my God, we can't go in after those. But they're still running clear, thanks to you. Your private side, your private side exposure in your business, you did a lot of lab work early on?
I did lab work early on, and when I moved up to GHR, I became kind of one of the field guys, but also lab work. So if I wasn't on a project, like each day I had to go operate a treatment plant up in Hanover, Mass. Mm-hmm. So I'd go out and take care of that, go down to the Cape, take care of another facility, or out to Westboro to Cumberland Farms, then return to the laboratory and pick up whatever testing needed to be done that day.
So over the years, you're exposed obviously to state and federal regulators. Anything stick out in your mind about getting the city through some sticky situations with those regulations?
I don't know so much sticky other than when they come and tell you you're going to do this. We would work with them, try to get things installed or up to the necessary standards. One thing that comes to mind is us putting switching from chlorine to chloramines. That was a pretty good project that we had to deal with them. Adding addition of fluoride to the water. That took almost like starting from the beginning, where we had all of the equipment in place, but it had not been in operation for 10 to 15 years. I forget how long it was actually down, but we had to go through, get new equipment, new pumps, bring the regulators in, and had to put special spill control around the facility as well. We had issues with the sludge disposal from the water treatment plant, and we worked well with the state with that. Sludge disposal from the wastewater plant. Interesting day when they called up and said they can't take our sludge because their facilities are down. So that got us.
That's a sticky situation.
Very exciting. Yeah, we contacted every facility in the state to see if we had a number of them lined up to take it if they couldn't. And I think that's also an important part of working for the public is making contacts with other communities that have the similar issues and helping each other out, which there's a tremendous amount of knowledge out there that people can help you with.
Well, thank you for your interest in serving on the board.
Thank you. I will go back to mine. Any experience working with enterprise funds?
Well, obviously, both the water and the wastewater in the departments in the city are enterprise funds. So we're well aware of how they operate and the need for the rate increase. I'm very comfortable with that. And obviously the importance of staying in budget as well.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
How about building facilities? You mentioned a couple that you were involved with.
Well, the construction of the wastewater plant, overall maintenance of it, I was there for close to 18 years, so we saw a lot of improvements, just regular wear and tear and replacement of parts. The water treatment plant, we did a number of upgrades up there, and they're actually just completing some rather significant ones up there as well. At the wastewater plant, we put in a whole new computer system. When it was first designed, you didn't have windows. It was a separate design for the entire facility. And that had, like, the whole thing had to be changed from, cabling from the pump to the operator's room, hundreds of miles of wires and that. Obviously, the water plant upgrades there, constructions of pump stations, both water and wastewater, and maintenance of the grounds, oversight of 3,000 acres of watershed property. So just about every building that had to do with water and wastewater we were involved in at some point.
Thank you. And my final question is about conflicts of interest. Is there any group that you work with now or property that you're associated with that you feel you would have to recuse yourself from an article? No. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, and then in our document, our last person to speak with tonight is Richard Settle. Not sure if I'm saying his name correctly. Is Richard here?
The only one we heard from was Addison, that he wouldn't be in attendance.
So yeah, I just wanted to say the pronunciation of his last name is Setley. Richard Setley, yes.
Okay,
And it doesn't appear that he's here tonight.
Setley. All right. Having interviewed the two candidates that came before us tonight, having perhaps viewed the interviews with the Board of Public Works, does anyone have a thought to share on our direction?
My initial question is, we don't have the ability for alternates on this board, correct?
No, not by charter. Mr. Tettelbaum?
DPW Chair did emphasize that the decision was ours, but on the other hand, you have recommended 3 candidates. Which were?
So Mr. Barber informed me that the board recommended in this order Lee Azanera, James Ritchie, and Addison Greenlaw.
Just to talk out loud, so my thoughts coming into this and knowing that we had 2 positions to fill, I did listen to all the interviews that were done, and thank you to the board for doing thorough interviews. My thought was having a good mix of the business management side as well as the practical hands-on know how to run a DPW side. And I think I'm pleased I'm pleased with 12 applicants to the board. I'm pleased with the 5 whittled down to 4 that got interviewed. And I think we've got some really, really strong candidates, and my thanks goes out to everyone who applied. I think that level of engagement, and we're seeing it in board after board, right? Whether it's, the 15 that we had for the Russell Mills Historic District Commission, the 12 that we had for DPW, we're seeing a lot of interest from our community in serving on boards, and that's an important thing, and I'm so pleased that is the case. It's a good thing for our community. So I'm rambling a little bit, but I'm pleased with the candidates we have before us, and I think we have a good mix, even with the 2 that were before us tonight. I think we have 2 very strong candidates, particularly Mr. Azarenia has both the business side and the practical management side as well. So I'm comfortable in being able to fill these spots tonight.
I had a couple of notes that I had made on another applicant, Addison Greenlaw, who had applied. He's not here tonight, but I did have an opportunity to review his interview by the DPW board members. Just a wealth of knowledge in so many aspects of what we need in this town. A lot of it having to do with Mass DOT, a lot of highway bridge work. He seemed to be a little bit more out of the box, a little bit of out of the box thinking. He brought up a couple of scenarios with the Navy Yard, I think it was in Charlestown, that he was able to kind of meander through in order to get a great solution up there. Even a desal plant he had brought up that he had worked on, which desalinization is probably out of our realm, but I think
Not
it's
yet, anyway.
I'll tell you, we're pretty close to the ocean. I don't know the way things are going.
Can't afford water, we may be looking at that.
I know. One of the things he did bring up, though, and I appreciate his cost containment. He seemed to be very concerned about the almighty dollar and trying to keep as much pressure on expense as possible. We've got some bridge issues in town. I'm going to bring one forward fairly soon. I'm actually working with somebody in the Commonwealth to deal with that he would probably have more experience on, from what I can see, as far as either repair, reconstruction, or maintenance of going forward. So just to give the board a little bit of background on that one, if you didn't have an opportunity to see the.
Yeah, I did.
Mr. Tattle, I'm sorry. You had to see that. You're sorry.
Since Nate has joined our board, I have a brand new perspective and a respect for having what you do on a job on a day-to-day basis, how important it is to run a big crew, and also to have a hands-on business knowledge as well as a technical knowledge. And I'm a little bit concerned. Mr. Azanera has both those perspectives, no question, that I can see based on what I hear and read, that he has that day-to-day sense of what it takes to do the job, but also the global perspective of costs and administration. And I see that in Mr. Greenlaw as well. And I have known him a bit longer because he's serving on the water advisory, so we get to talk about that. But Mr. Ritchie has an incredible amount of knowledge in how to run these operations, but he certainly said that that wasn't involved nor asked to be involved in the business side as much, which is what his job was. So the question is, do we want to have that business global approach, and how to meet deadlines and be in charge as a member of the board? And I think it is important, but I do hesitate to go against the decision of the board as well, because I have respect for the job they did, the decisions they made as well. So.
I'm sorry. Now, Nate.
Yeah, and just to sort of reiterate what you said, Chris, I did, prior to today, Mr. Azarenia's interview, I think, was this morning, and it just got published pretty much on my ride into town, so I was able to listen to that on my way in. But Mr. Greenlaw, prior to that, was in my head my top pick of the group that had been interviewed. So I do like that he had that experience and that outside-the-box thinking and the approach to problem solving that may be a little bit different than you do. He comes from the private side, right? And I think you might have a little different thought process than.
Did a lot of public projects, but from the private side.
Exactly, yeah.
Excuse me,
yeah.
interrupt.
Yep.
Right.
So I think that's an interesting perspective to mix into the board as well. And maybe a missing perspective on the board. So I don't know. This is weird to do interviews and
Welcome to the.
speaking it out loud.
Our world, yes.
Well, if you want me to clear it up, let's get Lee off the table. I'll make a motion that we appoint Lee Eisenhower to the Dartmouth DPW Board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on Lee Azanaro. All in favor of this board?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No.
All right.
We have
And
one
now,
candidate down.
now on the topic of the other two, Mr. Ritchie has, when you look at the resumes, I think I see a lot of mirroring between Jim and Ron. And the reason that I asked for an alternate, because I think if Ron had decided, you know what, I'm going to do one more year or 2 more years, I'd have Jim in my back pocket, to be honest with you. But I think I'm going to make the motion that we appoint Greenlaw for the simple reason is the private sector experience that I really wanted when I introduced this, and more of a DOT experience, roadways, bridgeways. I think we've got enough between Lee, Ron, Rob, and Michael to handle the plant. I've got some great minds there, tons of experience. I think we're in a great spot for water. But the roadways, I'd like to see a little bit more experience. So my motion will be to add Addison Greenlaw as a member of the DPW board.
You have a motion?
I'll second.
I think you spoke well on that, Chris. I'm going to second that motion.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to tag on that we're going to ask Jim to just be ready by the phone, but I mean, I'd love to,
Yes.
But we're faced with a very, very difficult choice.
As Nate said, we're fortunate to have had the number of
Yeah,
interest
absolutely, yeah.
in the community. And overall, that's a win-win situation. On the table before us, we have the motion made and seconded for Addison Greenlaw to be the second appointment to the Board of Public Works. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, we have 2 new members of the Board of Public Works.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
You do have a meeting to adjourn.
Before you adjourn, can I just add something? So one of the things I was thinking about after our last joint meeting together, sort of towards the end, I had asked about sort of updates on some of those things that have been on the list for a long time, whether it's the comprehensive wastewater management plan, the efficiency study, the catastrophe debris removal, among other things. As chair of the Board of Public Works, would you be amenable to providing sort of a quarterly update on some of those things? Just a simple memo with an anticipated completion date for those specific things, as well as what progress has been made towards the completion in that given quarter. And it's something I would be happy to sit down with you and sort of fashion what at least is in my mind. This is just me as one member of this board requesting it, but that would help me and perhaps help you sort of look at it big picture. How are we moving the ball, creating that sense of urgency to chip away at these things that are out there. So just throwing that out there as an idea. Happy to meet with you outside of this meeting to sort of discuss how that could look. But just throwing it out there since we're here in the room together.
We do get briefed at our monthly meetings by Mr. Barber on exactly that sort of grouping and approach. So bringing that same information back to the select board would be something we could and would do, and I'm available pretty much at your convenience to meet and talk about details.
Sounds good. Thank you.
With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all for coming to that. This was a great night. All right, but we're not done. Okay, looking at our agenda. Item E, appointments to the Council on Aging Board. In your packet, you will see that you have a letter from the board as well as the interest of John Folan and Dr. Kylie Medeiros.
Chair is here.
Oh, page 34 to 36 in your packet. And the chair of the COA board is here to tell us a little bit more. Thank you for hanging out.
Good evening. Thank you very much. We had 3 applicants for 2 open positions on the COA board. One never replied, never demonstrated interest in attending the meetings. 2 applied, showed up, showed remarkable interest, and have great qualifications. So that is Mr. John Folan and Dr. Kylie Medeiros that we're bringing forward.
Thank you. As I said, in your packet, you have their individual letters of interest.
I did invite them. I'm not sure if they're here.
To your knowledge, they're not here.
Mr. Folan is here.
Oh,
And
Dr.
Dr. Medeiros is also here.
Oh, okay. So sorry. Mr. Folan, could I have you come up to the docket? Thank you so much. So am I seeing semi-retired?
Yes, I retired in December from my regular job, but I opened up an accounting firm. So I have a CPA firm that I do in my retirement years.
Lucky you. All right. You haven't served on another board previously in town. This is going to be your first appointment.
First one in town. I've served on boards before, but not for public.
Okay. And you're familiar with the activities at the Council on Aging?
Yeah, I am.
The full brochure. It's a busy place.
Yeah, it is. A lot of activities.
Yes. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Folan?
I've sat in a couple of COA board meetings, and the assemblage of people who have the interest is outstanding. The quality of the people and their interest is great. So if you recommend these 2 people, I'm all in 100%.
Thank you. I'll ask Dr. Kylie Medeiros to come up. I think we've met previously.
We have.
In my other life.
In your other life at
my other
Potter
life.
School, yes.
So good to see you.
You too, thank you.
And your interest in the COA, I see that you are the director of the nursing education program and certification in the dementia practitioner. And that is a piece of the Council on Aging.
Absolutely is.
And those kids I knew are in college?
Yes, so I have 2 college-age kids. I've spent a lot of time, I'm kind of unknown in town. I kind of fly below the radar screens, but the last 15 years have really been supporting my kids, volunteering on local things, but now it's my time to kind of go to what I enjoy. I've been a nurse for almost 30 years, higher education for 15 years, doctorally prepared at UMass Dartmouth, town resident for 20 years. So I really think I can fill an opportunity here from a different perspective. Someone who will soon be using the Council on Aging.
Comes up quick.
I know.
All right, great.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
given the recommendation from the chair of the Dartmouth Council on Aging Board and the resumes of both Mr. Folan and Dr. Medeiros, I would make a recommendation that we approve the appointments.
Second.
Yep. Motion made and seconded.
And again, I'm just going to ask the same question. I think you already answered it. You said there was 3 applicants total, but one of them dropped out.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, you ready now? All right. We have a motion on the floor with a second. All in favor of appointing both John Folan and Kylie Maderas to the Council on Aging Advisory Board? Aye. Thank you. Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm sure they'll be in contact and let you know when your first meeting is. Welcome aboard. Thank you both for your interest. We'll see you at the COA.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda, somehow that one was much faster. All right, next on our agenda, Bristol County Advisory Board Select Board Representative, Mr. Haddad, would you tell us a little bit about that one?
Absolutely. So the select board in the town have a representative that serves on the Bristol County Advisory Board. Previously, Mr. Mickelson served on that board. They only meet a few times a year, but they do have a meeting coming up. It's actually this Thursday at 6 p.m. And so we do need a select board representative. Historically, it's always been a member of the board that represents Dartmouth on the Bristol County Advisory Board. And so we just need the board to choose somebody. They do have a Zoom option, so you can attend in person at Bristol County Agricultural High School in Dayton, or you can attend remotely. And whoever that is chosen tonight, I have the packet ready to go for you for Thursday's meeting.
Is it always on a Thursday?
I believe so, yeah.
At night.
Yeah.
6 p.m., yeah.
This particular Thursday, I am not available. I've served on it before. So it really comes up, is someone available this Thursday?
I'm not available.
August 6th.
Check my calendar.
You know you're not?
No, I know I'm not.
If no one can attend, you can still choose a representative, and then there'll be more notice to attend the next meeting. And we can let the county administrator know.
I'll accept the appointment if you want to do that.
Okay, cool.
I just can't make it Thursday.
Okay. Can you make it Thursday? Not really. Okay. Looks like no one is available for Thursday, but Mr. O'Neill has said that he will serve. So is there a motion to?
Motion to appoint Chris O'Neill.
A motion made on the floor to appoint Chris O'Neill, a second by Mr. Tattlebaum. All in favor of appointing Chris O'Neill as our representative? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Chris, although not going to be able to attend this week. And sadly, that was the case everywhere. All right. Now, we're going to have a presentation by our Substance Use Program Coordinator, Miss Rachel DiZarlo. Oh, she's there. I knew she was here somewhere. Rachel, welcome. I'm going to have everyone turn your attention to the screen. Rachel has prepared a visual presentation for us. Thank you, Rachel.
No, thank you guys for having us. It's been quite a busy spring and summer, so I thought this would be a great time to share some of the highlights that I've been working on. So for those of you who I'm not familiar with, I'm Rachel DiZarlo, Substance Use Program Coordinator for the town. So some of the things I'm going to highlight tonight, in June, I attended the National Opioid Settlement Conference. It was the first convening where, well, I'll get into it, but where there was discussion around the opioid settlement funds on a national level. I'll talk about the inaugural session of the elementary after-school program funded by the opioid settlement funds. I'm going to talk a little bit about the installation of emergency overdose kits throughout the town, and our first annual Feel Good Fair. So, in June 2026 was the first National Opioid Settlement Conference in Denver. The conference brought together leaders, policymakers, researchers, providers, funders, and people with lived and living experience to accelerate solutions that reduce opioid-related harms. This conference upholds and reinforces the spirit of the funds through the exchange of best practices dedicated to equitable, transparent, and effective use of the opioid settlement funds. The goals of the conference are listed on the slide to catalyze sustained action beyond the event, to promote equity-centered, evidence-informed strategies, to elevate lived experience in practice and policy, to advance accountability, evaluation, and sustainability, and to foster multi-sector collaboration across communities and systems. So you'll see my conference agenda listed on the left. Those are the sessions that I was able to attend. And on this next slide, well, I'll say some of the sessions I went to focused on funding for more limited settlement allocations, which I think was really relevant to Dartmouth, just in relation to some of the other communities that surround us. Some of the sessions I went to focused on needs assessment and evaluation for programs and on a larger community scale, and then just best practices and making sure we're incorporating the voices of those with lived and living experience. Just a chart including some of my key takeaways, like I said, includes we want to make sure, I think, to me, my biggest takeaways were including people with lived and living experience, not only at the needs assessment level, which I'll get to in just a few minutes, but making sure they're at the table helping guide the decision-making process. They've lived through addiction and have worked directly with the systems that are in place now and have that best eye for knowing how these funds can really have the best meaningful impact. And I think, again, a big takeaway was making sure that we're really getting our funds to the grassroots organizations, making sure that when we are posting opportunities for funding, making sure that we are doing adequate outreach into these local organizations. It was brought up that not all organizations are accustomed to using systems like Combis that the town utilizes for funding opportunities, and making sure that the language in the grant is accessible. So having, a recommendation was having a tiered application for larger organizations, but also then for those grassroots organizations who might have more limited grant writing experience. But other key points here was just making sure that we continue to do what we're doing, that we want to be using evidence-based practices and really strengthen a recovery-based ecosystem throughout the town. It is really looked at from a holistic approach, not just looking at, recovery, treatment, harm reduction, and prevention in their silos, but making sure we're encompassing the systems around and as they intersect with each other. And then making sure that we are being in agreement with all of our state and national guidelines. I just received further guidance from the Attorney General's office for the most recent recommendations for spending. So, we're already most of the way there, I think, with just a couple tweaks. And as we move forward with providing those funding opportunities, I think Dartmouth is really in line with where we need to be with the funds. So that was really reassuring to hear, but also gave some really great perspective on how we can improve as we move forward. So now we'll talk about the elementary after-school program. So Dartmouth Public Schools partnered with the Dartmouth Advocates for Addiction Recovery and Treatment to create a space for elementary after-school students to participate in after-school clubs, fostering connection, skill building, and exploration outside of the traditional school day. Research on youth development, shows that strong social connections and healthy attachments in childhood are protective factors that reduce the risk of substance use later in life. As a prevention-focused initiative, the program was funded through the use of opioid settlement funds allocated by DART to support youth well-being and positive developmental outcomes. The program directly aligns with the Massachusetts State Subdivision Agreement's emphasis on prevention and supports Dartmouth Public Schools' strategic plan priorities related to safe and supportive schools, which is strategic area number 2, and family and community engagement, which is strategic area number 3 on their end. Clubs offered during the spring 2026 session covered a wide range of interests, including sports, physical activities, arts, games, mindfulness, and spaces just to chill with friends after a long school day. Quinn Elementary had the unique opportunity to offer a book club that featured visits from therapy dog Enzo. And we already have seen positive impacts of these clubs in just our first session. The students from Enzo's book club organized a donation drive to a local shelter, demonstrating community engagement, leadership, and creativity. So if you'll look at the program snapshot, we were able to serve 201 students in just our first session. The session was in the spring of this past school year. It ran from April to June for a total of 6 weeks. There were 3 participating schools: Quinn Elementary, Potter Elementary, and DeMello. We were able to survey students, teachers, and facilitators, students, teachers, and parents, after their experience in the club. We received a total of 74 surveys. Parent satisfaction was scored a 9.3 out of 10 overall. Student experience was scored a 9.7 out of 10 overall. And then the parents' re-enrollment interest, 100% said that they would re-enroll their student, and 100% of staff said they would be open to re-facilitating a group next session. So all very positive outcomes so far, and we look forward to our next session. There was also an area where students, parents, and teachers could write in some feedback, and this was just some that we got, and it really highlights, I think, how beneficial having such a variety of groups are that encompass all of students' different needs and interests at the different grade levels. So from parents and students, they said that the after-school program has helped my child read and write better than when they had first started. Another parent said that their child came home sweaty and happy every day, that they have no children their students' age in the neighborhood. So this after-school club was amazing for his mental and physical health. When students were asked what they learned in their club, 2 students had responded, they learned to relax, to be calm, and to take care of my body, and the other said to never give up, be creative, and be kind to others. So very positive messages. And then from the teachers, you'll see here, I loved having the opportunity to connect with students in a different way while exploring yoga, mindfulness, movement, and reflection together. Watching their confidence grow, their personalities shine, and their smiles light up each session made this program truly special. Another teacher enjoyed watching the students make connections, make new friends, and make a lot of memories. So a lot of positive feedback overall from parents, students, and teachers, which was really encouraging to see. And we do plan to offer another 6-week session this fall. So that information will be posted when we have more to come. Next, I'll just talk briefly about emergency overdose kits. This initiative was in partnership with the New Bedford Health Department. I just kind of want to set the stage here. So I think there is a stereotype in mind when we think about who might be susceptible to overdose. And the reality is that anyone with a prescription to opioids, such as Vicodin, OxyContin, and Percocet, is at risk of overdose. So overdoses can become fatal in just as little as 10 minutes. To help combat the risk of emergency or fatal overdoses occurring in town, several key public-facing locations in town were identified, and emergency overdose kits were installed to prevent death caused by overdose. And actually, as everyone leaves this meeting tonight, you will all see one outside by the elevators. So that's just an example of what one will look like. Feel free to check it out. We also encourage our residents to utilize these boxes that you see around town, not just in case of an emergency or during an active emergency. These boxes are self-service, very discreet. We encourage anyone who would like to have naloxone on them, whether it's for a loved one or just as a preventative measure, to please help yourself. It is a no questions asked service, so please, it is there to be hopefully not used, but to have accessible. So for anyone who does not know, naloxone is a life-saving, non-addictive opioid reversal medication. By attaching itself to the same receptors as opioids, it immediately reverses the effect. So as I said, we have 4 kits located at Town Hall. One is located outside at our rear entrance and one at every elevator. The Dartmouth Public Libraries each have 2 per branch. The Council on Aging has 2. Apponeganset Beach has 1, Jones Beach has 1, and the Maritime Center also has 1. And finally, this summer on June 6th, we hosted our first Feel Good Fair in partnership with the town of Westport and the South Coast Public Health Collaborative. The fair welcomed 50-plus community members and 9 community partners. All the events that were offered at the fair were really there to promote mindfulness and give our residents an opportunity to engage in practices that really support mental wellness. So we had chair yoga, that supports mindfulness, physical activity, and stress reduction. All have been associated with improved mental well-being and are recognized as positive factors that support substance use prevention and long-term recovery. We also had a petting zoo. Animal therapy is known to boost our mental wellness and our overall mood, so that was a really fun thing to see and to have. We also had a few guest speakers talk about local resources and their experiences with mental health and loss due to mental health. So very impactful. So looking ahead, what can Dartmouth look forward to? That is always the question. So we are partnering with the schools again, like I said, not only for the elementary after school program, but at the high school level in collaboration with High Point Treatment Center. We are looking to implement mental health clinicians into the schools to help support students' mental health and any concerns around substance use and vaping. This will be a cost-free initiative. It might be supplemented by opioid settlement funds for a time, but we're working on getting enrolled in their grant program that will cover all students free of cost. Myself and Matt Dansero from the Council on Aging have been working with Dartmouth Police Department, New Bedford Police Department, and Child and Family Services to help bring a ride-along clinician into town to help the police department with their volume of mental health calls. We really believe that having the right resources to respond to the right kind of calls can really make the difference in first response. So we're looking forward to see how that goes. Overdose Awareness Day 2026. We are going to be celebrating. I actually have two posters on the next slide, so I'll get to that in a minute. But first, I'll talk about the community needs assessment that we're going to be doing for the opioid settlement funds. We are in the process of partnering or selecting a vendor to do a community needs assessment in town to see how we can best invest our funds. We are at the interview stage right now, so we are inviting qualifying firms in to speak with us. And then backpedaling a little bit to International Overdose Awareness Day. Throughout the month of August, we will be having free drop-in naloxone training at various town locations. The next one will be Tuesday, August 11th at North Branch Library from 3 to 5 p.m. It is not the full 2 hours. You can drop in as you please. And the rest, that goes for the rest of the sessions as well on August 19th at Southworth and August 27th at the Council on Aging from 6:30 to 8 p.m. And then we will be celebrating International Overdose Awareness Day on Thursday, August 27th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Council on Aging. We will be doing a little bit differently this year. We're going to be having a brief memorial ceremony in recognition of the lives most closely impacted and lost due to overdose. From 7 to 8, we will be offering grief support and recovery support groups. And then, like I said, during that time, we will be offering naloxone training. We are going to be offering childcare on site for any residents with small children in an effort to help accommodate and promote attendance. And then we will be providing transportation through the Council on Aging. A map of community pickup locations will be posted at a later date. And then we are also looking for residents and community members who have been closest impacted by addiction and lost due to addiction, if they are willing and able to submit a brief recording if they would like to honor their loved one, whether it's just reading their name aloud or sending a brief message to them. This will be played at the memorial ceremony, so you can contact DCTV for more. You can either record your own and submit it to email, or they have times in person that you can go and record and they will help you with that. So that is what I have.
Well, haven't you been a busy bee?
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to go to the board.
Yeah, that's crazy, Rachel. You did a lot.
I've been trying.
Yeah, you've been working hard. The fire departments and the police, do we have the kits on location there also?
We haven't explored having them on site there. I believe our police department carries naloxone already, but as more locations around town are identified, these boxes are very easy for us to access, whether it's through the New Bedford Health Department or if we invest in them ourselves. So
I would assume they have it,
they have it
anyway,
on
but
hand,
just to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we can look into to expand our reach. I know we were also looking at some of the school like sporting events and at the schools as well.
Fields, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Schools have them, but you're right, the fields may not, so that's a great idea. Mr. Tattelbaum?
Firstly, I think it'd be quite fair to say that I look back a couple of years back, if not a little longer, and acknowledge the time, effort, and passion that Mrs. Brooks put into making sure this program got off its feet and moved on, and you are the result. Question I have is, my understanding is that the school programs are designed to replace programs that were canceled, after-school programs that had budget cuts, et cetera, and we're providing these programs now, et cetera, and the results sound good. Do you see, how do you like the results? Do you see a future of expansion, and is that really a good way to spend resources and time?
Yeah, so again, kind of bringing it back to outcomes from the conference, this kind of initiative is exactly in line with what, on a national level, we would expect to see opioid funds invested in. It's all about that preventative measure, making sure our students and our youth have those safe spaces to explore interests of their own, to find a new interest, or just have that safe, comfortable space in a supportive environment. So I would say in that regard, we are absolutely in line with the expectations of the funds. I think it is absolutely a positive investment. I mean, I personally did site visits to each of the schools. Jess, our communications manager, came as well. And I mean, the feedback we got from teachers on the ground actually running the programs was all positive. And I mean, I wish all of you see the smiles on the students' faces as they were engaging with classmates they knew, new classmates from different grade levels. And from what I understand, parents were also very pleased in all of the logistics around the program as well. So I do think that this is a very worthwhile program. We do have a budget of $100,000 already committed to the schools for this program. We've used about 12% of that budget. So without having to look at expanding that funding, we already, if spending is on pace with how, with the pattern from this year, we can do about 3 more years of this program without having to look at expanding that budget. So
Great. Keep expanding.
Yeah.
It's a win-win situation for the schools and for the kids. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for your words.
So I'll provide some firsthand feedback. My daughter was one of the 201 that participated at DeMello, and she had a blast. It was great, and I got to pick her up several times, and I can firsthand attest to the smiles on the kids' faces for being able to participate in that. And from my perspective, it really fills a void that we've had in our community in terms of not having elementary level after-school programs. So I'm thrilled that it has been able to come to fruition. That you've answered my question that I was going to ask already is how long do we have this before we have to go to some other revenue source? So it sounds like we've got another 3.5 years-ish.
Yeah, if spending stays consistent, but that's what just the initial amount allocated, and there's always opportunity to revisit and look and see what additional funding we can provide.
So we have to go before the town meeting to have money moved out of the opioid settlement fund money and put into the DART budget. So the money that we requested a year ago, that's what we're looking at expending. So we have access to more funds when needed.
Got it. So I guess something I would be interested in, assuming everything goes the same way it's been going now, we know expansion, no retraction of the program, how much, do we have funding for the next 15, 20 years, or is it 5 or 6 years?
Funding for opioid settlement funds comes through 2038. So our goal will be, in addition to that funding, is looking at other grant options that we have. And as we go forth, if you build it, they will come. Our goal, we did it the one time, we're looking at being able to offer it at least 3 times next year. So a fall component, a winter component, and a spring component. And again, gauging, how successful those are. We did share the ideas that were done at DeMello School and Potter School and Quinn School as far as activities to see if other schools wanted to kind of flip-flop some of their ideas. So we'll see. After-school programs at the elementary level have never been funded by the school department except for MCAS readiness or MCAS preparation. And what we saw with that, having been an administrator during that time, is that there were certain students that we wanted to participate in that we felt maybe had lagging skills in preparation of MCAS. That was like being told you had to go, to summer school. You didn't like it when you were there for 6 hours, and now you want me another hour and a half. And even then, we tried to change it up with calling them something different. But this time we said, we're not looking at anything academic. We want something that binds kids to a passion that they may have or may not know they have. One of the key factors when we look at experimentation is time on their hands. And what we want to do with our youngest students is show them other things to do rather than time in their hands or time on a screen. So we're looking at what other things you could do, building different skills. And so we're really hoping, now that we've had kids that participate, we can even ask them, what are your possibilities? There are after school, of course, at the high school level, there are a gazillion clubs offered with a system of advisors that is paid through the school system. At the middle school, they have a after-school program built into their budget. It's not something that the school department has been able to build into their budget for the elementary level. So it was definitely a gap that we felt with our funding that we could serve. So.
And I'm thankful for that. So thank you very much.
You.
Onto that, there was part of the survey did ask parents and students for future club offerings that they would like to see, if there was any that were missing. We really hit the mark, I would say. Most were satisfied with what we did offer. There are a couple suggestions that we might be able to look into for next year. And one student did actually say they learned how not to play on a screen. So we're planting the seed already. So I'm happy
Excellent.
to see that.
The other little plug that I want to say is that when we think of Narcan, we're thinking, most people will think, oh, okay, we're talking about drug abusers or addicts. But those of you with elderly parents or an elder yourself will find that now doctors are prescribing a Narcan prescription or naloxone prescription when they prescribe you an opioid, because the rate of overdoses by the elderly is rising. Whether they're forgetting if they took a pill and take an additional pill or somehow screw up their medicines. And at my age, I already used my, 7-day pill distributor with my, morning and evening. So I can see how easily that can happen. So if you're elderly, or if you fear that you have an opioid prescription, you can certainly stop by any time. And as Rachel showed, and there will be lots of information going out about the naloxone training, or if you stop by the office here, Rachel can do a one-on-one training with you, and it's great to have on hand. Thank you, Rachel, for all you do and
Thank you,
continue
guys.
to do. Thank you. Right, next, we have another presentation, and this one, I'll get there eventually, is by the Northern Scenic Greenway Presentation and Update by Sandra Medeiros, and Pete Chase from DCTV is putting the slide presentation up on the screen. So again, turn your attention to the screen. Welcome. And you are, hang on, I'll find it on my agenda, Sandra Medeiros.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in. I know that we've had presentations in the past. It's been a long time since we've had a presentation. And this is great to have the source here so we can clarify any information or misinformation that's out there. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for having me. I've been looking forward to giving you an update. So I know that the Northern Scenic Greenway is exciting to many people, but I also know that for some nearby property owners, it raises real concerns. Those concerns deserve to be heard carefully. Tonight, I'm not here to ask the town to approve construction, endorse a final design, or dismiss anyone's worries. My purpose tonight is to explain the next phase of the study so that Dartmouth can understand what is possible, what is not possible, what the impacts may be, and how residents can help shape the outcome before the final decisions are made. The request tonight is to support further study of the Northern Scenic Greenway. Supporting further study does not mean approving a final alignment. It does not mean every segment will be built exactly as imagined. It does not mean resident concerns are secondary. It means Dartmouth wants the information needed to make responsible decisions. The preliminary design process gives the town, residents, and regional partners a clearer understanding of feasibility, impacts, costs, alternatives, and next steps. It gives nearby property owners formal opportunities to raise concerns before final recommendations are made. And it gives the Select Board a stronger basis for deciding what should happen next. And before I go on, I just want to clarify what committees I'm with. As you said, my name is Sandra Medeiros, and I'm with the South Coast Bikeway Alliance, where I am the president of the organization. And it is an all nonprofit organization, regional organization built of 10 local South Coast communities. I'm also a member of the Dartmouth Pathways Committee, which is also a volunteer organization, which is tasked with improving the accessibility for safe walking and bicycle facilities in town. So the South Coast Bikeway is a long-term regional vision, a connected route from the East Bay Bike Path in Rhode Island towards Wareham at the Cape Cod border. Dartmouth is a critical link in that larger effort, but this project is also local. It is about whether Dartmouth can create safer and more comfortable places for people to walk, bike, and access open space without relying entirely on busy roads. The Northern Scenic Greenway would help close the gap between Fall River and New Bedford, while also connecting Dartmouth to neighboring projects in Westport and New Bedford. And the larger vision matters, but the Dartmouth section must make sense for Dartmouth residents first. So what is the Northern Scenic Greenway? I've been here before, like you said, but it's good to have a refresher. The Northern Scenic Greenway is a proposed shared-use path of nearly 10 miles through Westport, Dartmouth, and New Bedford. Dartmouth section is about 5.4 miles. The route generally follows Old Bedford Road, Old Fall River Road, and New Plainville Road, connecting the Watuppa-Quikashan River Rail Trail area in Westport to the Mount Pleasant Street Park and Ride area in New Bedford. A shared-use path means a separated facility intended for bicyclists, pedestrians, and other recreational users. But it is important to make this clear. The exact design, placement, buffers, crossings, and treatments near properties have not been finalized. That is what the preliminary design phase is meant to study. We've already completed 2 other studies. This is the 3rd study. Why now? One reason this project has advanced is that people on bicycles are already using this general corridor. Cyclists choose Old Fall River Road and Old Westport Road today because they are more comfortable and more scenic than Route 6. That does not mean the current conditions are ideal. In fact, it shows the opposite. People are already trying to make this connection, but without a purpose-built path, they are sharing space with vehicles in ways that may not feel safe or comfortable for drivers, cyclists, or pedestrians. The design goal is to explore whether Dartmouth can create a safer option, one with more separation, more predictability, and better connections to parks, ponds, open space, and local destinations. Why a shared use path? People will ride or walk where they feel comfortable and safe. Studies show that most bicyclists and pedestrians prefer pathways that are separate from vehicle traffic. The graphic on the right shows there are 3 types of riders. 60% want paths or separated bike lanes and quiet streets. Only 7% are comfortable in bike lanes, and 1% are highly confident cyclists who are comfortable riding with traffic. Why now? The goal is to reduce exposure to fast, heavy, and distracted traffic. From 2014 to 2023, U.S. non-motorist fatalities, meaning people walking, biking, and other non-vehicle uses, rose 50.9%, while total traffic fatalities rose 24.9%. Why the increase? Vehicle speed, increased vehicle size, poor lighting, distracted driving, and poor roadway design are the main contributing factors to this increase. This project did not appear suddenly. The South Coast Bikeway Alliance has been working on regional bikeway advocacy since 2012. The Closing the Gap feasibility study looked at route options, existing conditions, constraints, costs, and public input. That process led to the Northern Scenic Greenway being identified as the preferred corridor. But preferred corridor does not mean final design. It means the route was strong enough to move it forward to the next phase of study. That distinction matters. The next step is not to assume every idea will work. The next step is to test the route with field data, engineering review, traffic and safety analysis, environmental review, and public engagement. This is probably the most important slide for tonight. Public engagement is not something being added at the end after decisions are already made. It is part of the work plan. The plan begins with what we already know: past feasibility studies, municipal feedback, and the public input that helped identify the northern route. Then the consultant team will gather more detailed information: survey data, base mapping, traffic and crash data, site reconnaissance, property constraints, environmental considerations, slopes, drainage, utilities, crossings, structures. I've been learning a lot. After that early data collection, there should be a first round of public engagement. That is when residents can help identify local knowledge that may not be obvious on a map. Drainage problems, sightline concerns, driveway issues, sensitive areas, privacy concerns, maintenance worries, places where people already walk or bike, and places where a path may be especially difficult. The next step, alternatives are developed. That means the team looks at options, crossings, spurs, focus areas, cost estimates, and trade-offs. Then there is another round of engagement. Sorry. And I lost it. And that second, I can't see it.
We got it on the screen there.
Sorry, folks.
0.5? You on 0.5?
I am, yep. So then there's another round of engagement, and then the public is asked to input again. They'll ask to be weigh in on the actual design proposals, and then the consultant goes back with those suggestions and then comes back with their final recommendation. A key design principle is comfort and predictability. A path that suddenly shifts into the road, disappears at difficult crossings, or forces people into uncomfortable conditions will not serve the community well. The goal is to study whether a continuous separated shared use path can be created where feasible. At the same time, the design has to respond to real-world conditions that include stormwater, grading, utilities, structures, retaining walls, wetlands, property boundaries, existing driveways, and neighborhood character. For nearby property owners, this is where the details matter most. Preliminary design is the stage where the project team should look closely at how the path would relate to homes, yards, driveways, views, drainage, vegetation, and privacy. Focus areas. The next phase will evaluate what works in each community segment. So this is a 3-community project. Dartmouth section will not be treated as a line drawn on a map. It will be evaluated through terrain, running grade, cut and fill, bridges, culverts, environmental and historic impacts, proximity to traffic, and access points. This is also where the project can consider whether spurs, trailheads, parking overlooks are appropriate or not appropriate. For those with concerns, this is the time to make them specific. General opposition is important to hear, but specific information is more useful in shaping design. This driveway has limited sight distance. This area floods. The study should turn those concerns into design criteria. So we're ready to advance. The preliminary design phase has funding support. The South Coast Bikeway Alliance received a $285,000 2025 Mass Trails Grant, and Westport, Dartmouth, and New Bedford Community Preservation Committees awarded funds as well. The South Coast Bikeway Alliance, through their biennial Pedal for the Path fundraiser and other individual donations to the organization, have contributed fundraising proceeds as matching funds. The state grant requires a 20% match. This matters because Dartmouth is not being asked to start from scratch. The region has assembled resources to answer the practical questions that must be answered before final design or construction can be considered. The next milestone is completing preliminary design and engineering by June 2027. That is the deadline for us to use the funds awarded by Mass Trails Grant. For Dartmouth, one important point is that the local section can have value even before the entire regional corridor is complete. A Dartmouth section could provide safer access to Dartmouth regional parks and trails, the Cornell Pond, DNRT properties, and serve as a commuter route to all the employers along Fons Corner Road. It could connect with neighboring projects over time, and it could bring visitors to town and support local businesses. It also aligns with your master plan, our master plan, in the open space and recreation, and also the transportation categories. And I'm just here to ask for your continued support, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tonight, the board does not, as you said earlier, does not need to make a decision on anything because there are no decisions to be made. But I want to thank you for coming in and giving us this update and letting us know where we are in the process. And there's still a lot to go. And we have June 2027, so less than a year away. So looking at that, when do you think the next design work will be happening?
So I'll start with when this design, preliminary design and engineering will be happening. We've been working on, we worked since the awards usually come out in June. They were late last year, so we received the award in October. It's taken us since October to craft an RFP, one that was very detailed and had a lot of requests of the consultant to respect to the existing conditions, the natural and historic elements, and the scenic character. And we received about 40 to 50 interested firms, but 4 applied. And we interviewed all 4 firms, all very qualified. We selected the firm, I'd say over a month ago, and it's taken another month to get the contract signed, and fingers crossed it's this week. And then they will get out there immediately and start surveying the existing conditions. So we like to survey before leaf out, so we missed that. So now it's leaf off. Yeah. And then I guess to follow up your question, you were asking what happens in June of 2027. Well, we'll be giving a presentation as to what they think is feasible there. And then we would come back and present it to the 3 communities. And the 3 communities have been actively participating in this process. Tim Barber meets with us regularly, the planning department in New Bedford, and also the town planner in Westport, where we have a planning group that helps craft the RFP. You know, it's gone through all the 3 communities over the last 10 to 12 years.
Yeah. Will there be a group with this selected firm? Will they be having, as you said, the public awareness? Will they be doing a public session?
Oh, yes.
With community?
Several, yes.
Okay.
So that was built in, and yeah.
Well, so folks will have yet another opportunity to air their concerns?
More than one opportunity.
More than one,
yes.
okay.
They'll have an initial meeting with us to get the project going, us meaning the 3 communities, and then they'll have public engagement, and then they'll go back out and, you know, work on the actual design, and then revisit and get more comments and public feedback as to what they presented.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
One of the things that that I thought was helpful when we did the survey for the housing production plan, there's always a question of how much participation you get out of that. And the key to it, I think, this year was they were very aggressive in the marketing of it. And, it was basically all over the place. So when she was here a couple of weeks ago, the girl that presented it from Serped, she said that the participation in those surveys and the information that she got from the public was the highest that she had ever gotten, I believe. Call me a liar.
No, I think, that's accurate.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, the meetings, advertising the meetings are one thing. Is there a website? Will they present a website that people can log into, put their contact information, and be updated consistently?
I believe so. Right now, the project lands on the South Coast Bikeway Alliance site. We have a project page, which links out to other studies the previous studies that Serped did. Actually, their site's under construction, so I pulled it back to our site. So I have PDFs of the project, the initial studies. But yes, that's part of the process.
Yeah,
we've asked for mailings, we asked for in-person. More than one of the 4 consultants said boots on the ground. They will meet with individual residents as, they can.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that's where, things can get lost in translation. People work for a living, they get home, it's late, dinner, the kids, this and that, and, you just lose sight of meetings and times. And, so as long as it's consistent, targeted, people have an opportunity to actually opt in or even opt out.
The consultant that is about to be hired, actually, there are 3 firms within the contract. So one is more public engagement focused. So they have designated, a staff just for that.
Yeah, good.
Mr. Silva?
Yeah. So I would say, so obviously this is an issue that's important to members of the community along the bike path, right? We see them here tonight. Thank you for coming out and being engaged in the process. So I would say generally I like the idea. I mean, I'm not a biker. I don't often ride my bike, but I do think there's a benefit of having a community bike path that connects Dartmouth to the surrounding neighborhood, the surrounding municipalities. But I would be hard pressed to support a plan that doesn't take into account the concerns or the reasonable concerns of the people whose property it affects. right? So I think it's very important, exactly what you're saying, is to have that community engagement, to solicit the feedback. And what I would encourage everyone in this room to also do is to come to those meetings with a level head and to make sure that your voices are heard. You know, I'm on social media like the rest of you, and you see some of the commentary that's made out there that's quite dramatic. You know, that we are actually turning Dartmouth into a city, Boston or New Bedford, by the addition of a bike path, right? That those types of hyperbolic comments don't actually help everyone achieve what they want, right? So I think it's important to come to those meetings prepared, because the design phase is the phase where the concerns, the legitimate concerns like increased easements or land takings or stone walls and fences and things of that nature are legitimate concerns that you need to bring to the table and ought to be heard by this design firm that is going to be working on this plan. Because if they're not heard, or if they're mired in,
misinformation,
a panic, then it's harder for the design team to do the job that we're hiring them to do. And at the end of the day, it still might not be good enough for everyone. But the best way to influence the design is to make sure that you're coming with a level head. Advocacy is how I got involved in what I'm doing now, and I completely appreciate and support the folks that have come out, stuck with us until 9 o'clock at night, because it's important to you and it's important to your homes and where you live. So there's an important part of the process coming up, and I encourage everyone to continue participating, continue bringing your signs, but don't just bring your signs, bring the ideas and the real concerns that would make this program unlivable for you. How do we find a way to get it from where it is today and the thoughts of what it might become into something that is more reasonable, that we can appreciate and be happy with, and maybe you won't be happy with it, but design is the best chance.
If I could follow up, it could be called a bike path, but it's a multi-use path. It's a shared use path. There's little or no sidewalks out there. There's no safe way for someone outside of a vehicle to travel that 9.8 miles. Yet they do. We've had a recent fatality out there. It wasn't the first, and it won't be the last.
Mr. Tattlebaum, excuse me, we just have to finish with the board. Mr. Tattlebaum.
I'm going to just turn the table a little. It's a great presentation.
Thank you.
But being in the advertising business my whole career, I always assumed that people knew nothing about what I was doing. It's my job to go out and let you know what's going on. And I think that we have a fantastic communications director who will help you out. People need to know when you're meeting, who we're meeting, what is it for, and they can show up because they need to have a place. There can be no excuse for saying, well, I wasn't informed, I didn't know, and maybe they missed it. But more importantly, everything you need to do to make sure that people on all sides of the issue are informed as to what their place is and when they can do it.
Oh,
sorry. One more thing, and I don't know if the request has gone out. Well, one thing that I think can help with that transparency is, and something that we've been working on boards in general, is the recording of meetings. Because I think for me personally, like when I was getting involved in town, I couldn't personally attend every meeting. So being able to show that effort of being transparent by the people who might not be able to come to a meeting at night, being able to go back to YouTube and be able to watch it, I think is an important step for transparency, not only with the Pathways Committee, but any other board in town that we're trying to roll out more televised meetings. So I would encourage the Pathways Committee to do that in an effort to show engagement. And we want people to know what's happening verbatim, right from our mouths. This is what we're talking about, you know what I mean? Thank you.
I'll certainly put that request into the consultant to have recordings, Zoom options. I mean, it's kind of a.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying the design process, but I'm talking about like your normal published, advertised meetings of the Pathway Committee, right, where you talk about things such as this.
Well, the Pathways Committee is separate from the Northern Scenic Greenways South Coast Bikeway Project. We support it, but
Got it.
it's a little different.
Nonetheless, I would still encourage it
Right.
for any board.
Right. We actually need 2 more members. And someone did send in a request for appointment to the Pathways Committee, but we haven't heard back.
We'll look into that. Maybe we can move on that at our next meeting. So I want to thank you for coming. I am going to offer some conversation with the members or the residents who came tonight. But I am prefacing theirs that this is not a direct question of any to you yourself. If you feel that there's information that you need to share, you may, or you may take this as notes for the future. That being said, I am going to invite people to come to the microphone. I am going to ask that you listen carefully to the speaker before you and share new information, not necessarily repeating the same information that was said by the speaker ahead of you. So no need, you can come right up to the podium. I ask when you come up that you state your name and address. You can pull that down.
My name is Kathy Normore, 86 Old Fall River Road. I just have kind of 2 little things of concern. First, the Attorney General of Massachusetts makes it clear that when you do an advertisement for a meeting, a public meeting for a town, city, that you need to put enough information in that agenda if you're going to list bike path. We don't know where, what road, just a little bit more information publicly, because a lot of people see something for an agenda, they try looking for these meetings, and it's very hard to navigate the town site, let alone what an individual committee is going to have on their agenda. That's just kind of one of them. I think that will help a lot of people because they have a lot of problems finding the meetings, if I'm not correct. And secondly, now, is this a done deal from the Board of Selectmen in this town? Because at 2 meetings with the Pathways Committee, and I know Sandra, and I think we can talk without arguing, like the last meeting that I was at.
I appreciate that.
But the thing is that happened, we were told to our face by a member of the committee, of the Pathways Committee, that we picked Old Fall River Road, it's not going to change, and you're going to learn to love it. And we have no choice. We don't like being spoken like to us about that when we're trying to protect 100 generations, generation of family building their land. We understand about right of way. We understand about property. What we don't understand is if now is the time to start getting involved, but we've been trying to say since day one that this project has a lot of, we want bike paths. This is not the street for the bike path, because every other bike path, New Bedford, Fairhaven, Mattapoisett, Marion, is on the east side or down south, however you want to kind of consider where we're at. You're putting this up in North Dartmouth. From Hicksville Road to New Bedford line is considered a dedicated scenic rural roadway. And there's a lot of nature out there. There's box turtles, there's spotted salamanders. These are right on the road because numerous of times all of us that live in this area need to stop and make sure cars don't come around and smush these protected. They are the most highly endangered protected animal in the Northeast right now is the northern box turtle. And we have some in that area. Fortunately, some don't make it. But my biggest thing is we need full transparency because we're being told this is coming, we have no say, and you shouldn't have built a stone wall within so far of the street if you didn't want it to get taken down. That's not
I'm sorry, I am not a part of that, but I'm sorry that that was said.
And that's not the way the taxpayers should be treated in this town because we are all for being safe. A lot of people have children. I do not. And we're not against the bike path, but we are against being something giving to us that safety is number one. And we are told by the committee, it's gonna make it safer. It is not, because they come down my side of Old Fall River Road. I am east of Font's Corner at least 70 miles an hour, okay? But you make the other side, make it look wider, it's gonna be the Grand Prix more than what it is now. It's just not safe, and all the accidents are off-road. Where's the bike path gonna be? It's gonna be off-road. These are real concerns. They're not just we are against the bike path, because we are not. And those were my concerns that I just wanted to make sure the board knows that we're being told this is coming, and we have absolutely no say in it. And that's a concern of us.
I think what Sandra said tonight is that's having no say in it is not happening. You'll continue to have a say, but you did have a slide early on that showed some alternate.
Spurs.
Excuse me?
Spurs? You mean alternate spurs?
I don't know what the spur is.
No, in the very beginning, there were like a couple of different
Right, we
models.
looked at different locations.
Right.
No, they chose Old Fall River Road. That is a done deal. They are not going to change their mind. They want it on Old Fall River Road. They are not changing their minds.
Right, but that was not a they. It wasn't a they, them. That was a discussion that had happened, and we had a extensive meeting with looking at those other colored lines on this particular.
Last meeting, they told us point blank, they chose Old Fall River Road, and that's where it's going, and you'll learn to love it.
May I?
Yes, you may.
And that was from the chairman.
I think the gentleman that said that was answering the question, addressing the issue of the study, that the study is going to happen.
Well, it needs to, yes.
The study is going to happen on Old Fall River Road. That is a done deal, and I think that's what he was trying to get off. We get his point across that we can't change that. This is a 3-community project. After 2 studies, the Northern Scenic Greenway route was selected. We got grant funding to study it. It's been awarded. We're signing on the line this week, and it's going to be studied. That does not mean it's going to be constructed. You still have plenty of time to speak and to see what it could look like, and if you would love it or not love it.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that's not the way he presented it or told it to us. He said, we looked over all 3, and we're not going to change our mind. This is where it's going. You're going to learn to love it.
Well, I think that we did look at, if you look at those colored lines, we looked at the options of these other spaces, and that must have been in 2022, because I was on the board in 2022, but not in phase 1 of 2020. And we did opt that the Old Fall River Road site served the best purpose. So that being said, yes, the Old Fall River Road site is the site that we're looking at. I'm not going to say you need to learn to love it. We need to work together to see how can we make it happen, if we can make it happen. We know where it's coming into our town, and we know where it's exiting, and that was the spot for those 2 points.
Yeah,
so.
the intersection of Highland
That comes back to
Avenue.
the transparency, because while this started, if you put something up on the town meeting agenda, a lot of people aren't going to go read through that. I don't know. I was a town meeting member briefly before I got sick. I just came back from having a liver transplant 1 year now. And now that I'm going to be more involved, a lot of us are going to be more involved getting into town meeting. And the thing about that is, when you try to look at any kind of thing that's brought up in this town, you have to know what you're searching for, where to search for it. And that is a given. That's the complaint that everybody has been bringing forward. Somebody says, oh, Northern Greenway, Northern Scenic Greenway. Nobody knows what that is. Nobody knows that pertains to a bike path. Nobody knows that it's possibly coming right through their front yard. So again, we need transparency. That's what my main
Okay.
concern. And don't tell us it's coming and you're gonna love it, because we can stop it. And we don't wanna, we are not against bike paths. We think you're setting up people to get hurt seriously with putting a lot more advertising and bringing people out there to use that road. It's out of control. There's speeding, there's accidents. It's
On all of our roads, it's gotten out of
understand,
control.
But it's really bad because they're going to Hawthorne, they're going to the jail, they're going to Fonts Corner Road. I got hit in front of my driveway. I mean, they've hit the wall, I don't know how many times. So it's a speedway, but.
Well, I want to thank you
Thank
for
you.
your concerns. And one of the things I can say now, and I know Mr. Tattlebaum referenced it as well, is we have a communications person. And so clearly we have to do a better job of letting people know that this particular piece of the bikeway is the Northern Scenic Greenway project versus South Coast Bikeway Alliance versus the Dartmouth Pathways Commission. So when we're looking to discuss this project, we're looking at discussing the Northern Scenic Greenway, and we have to be more specific so people know what they're what these
Fall
groups
River
are
Road
doing.
Bike path, because that's exactly where it's going. There's no other road in Dartmouth that it's touching but Old Fall River Road, and it's just the wrong road. Sorry. I mean, that's
Right.
my
Thank you.
opinion and the opinion of the folks, but I want to thank you for your time and letting me speak, and also I just
Absolutely.
want to, if anybody else is going to speak, just have respect to this board, and, this is the process that we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kath.
Thank you.
I see a lot of concurrent by heads nodding, a lot of concern. Again, name and address, please.
Yep, Peter Berger, 445 Old Fall River Road.
Oh, God.
I am Johnny's dad.
Okay.
I have two kids that are both very young, and I live on Old Fall River Road. My two little dudes are not allowed within 30 feet of the road because it's dangerous. But my thing right now is, for meeting-wise, how do we get into this room? Because in 315, every meeting that we've gone to, except for the very last one, there's 20 people standing in the hallway. And the room is 95 degrees inside. And everyone's miserable and already irritated. We got to figure out how to make this work a little better.
All right, so that would be the Pathways Committee? Is that the meeting you're going to? Okay, so the Pathways Committee certainly can ask for a different venue. It depends on, if this room's being used.
Yes.
Monday nights we're here. ZBA uses this room.
I feel like
So-
usually we end up on like a Thursday. So it's been
I know
around
which
the
one-
18th, something like that in the month.
ZBA probably overruled everyone on Thursdays with their 40B projects, which they would talk about on Thursdays. That's sort of coming to an end, so it's certainly something that we can have the Select Board office work with the Pathways.
Because that was a big
if
thing.
I'm saying the
'Cause
right one,
everyone's-
South
everyone's
Coast
already
Bikeway or
very
Dartmouth
wound
Pathways.
up already going in. So it's trying to get everyone to be comfortable and actually be able to sit and actually communicate
listen.
without being irritated the whole time. And so as far as the other committee member that we all have many statements about, everyone needs to work on respect, is I feel like a lot with that, because there's a lot of disrespect coming from other people and disrespect coming from them. And I don't want to single anyone out, but I can count off the top of my head probably 6 or 7 statements that have been made that are like just outlandish. And we need to work on that as a group, all of us and them as well. But that's all I got.
Well, I thank you for
No
that.
problem.
Mike. Did you want to? Yeah. You look like you want to come up.
So, Jeff Russo, 868 Old Fall River Road. My question is, so it's kind of based on what Kathy said, how it's not safe. So what happens if the recommendation of this is that it's not safe? Does it end it?
It could, but the
So you get a
addition-
recommendation
the-
that there's no safe way to do this?
Let me answer. Safety is our prime concern.
Right.
It is. So we are going to make every effort to make a separate shared use facility that is safe. And studies have shown, other existing pathways have shown that it makes the roads safer, because if you narrow the lanes, the traffic goes slower, and I know that some people in the audience might disagree, but it's been proven. If you're driving down and you've only got enough room for your vehicle and barely the other one, you're not going to go 50 miles an hour. It just doesn't work that way. But safety is our priority. That's, one of the criteria for the whole design, preliminary engineering and design.
Maybe is part of your question during this process, at what point is drop dead?
Yes.
Does this, studies done, they come back, they make a recommendation that this will work, we're going to have to do this and that, and people are not going to be happy in certain areas. And then do they come back here and we make a final determination whether we'll allow this or not? I honestly don't know.
You would have to. The board would have to allow it, yeah.
So the board has final say. The select board does.
Okay. So if they present to you a recommendation that it's just no way to make this safe. Especially in areas where there's like severe bends in the road.
Yeah, so let's just get this.
About site views and stuff.
Let's just get that part of it out of the way. If that's the case, and we make the final determination on the efficacy of putting this wherever it's going to go, then we're obviously going to make sure that we make the best decision that we can for everybody involved. And, whether it's a yay or nay, I have no idea. A lot of it's going to come from that study, and the cost and the time and the energy and safety is number one. So there's no doubt about that. But property ownership is an important thing. Easements are an important thing. I don't take them lightly. I know a lot of my board members don't take them lightly. So that is definitely part of it.
Right.
So you'll have a say.
No one's been able to clarify like how much they plan on taking.
Right.
I understand the town owns, what is it, 6 feet?
8.
I don't know.
Well, no, it depends.
Yeah.
The right-of-way is different widths, depending on the roadway.
There's a ton of information that's going to have to come forward.
So we haven't had a clear answer on if it's going to be a forced easement, if it's going to be eminent domain. We're unclear on that too.
The
a lot of people
design
are.
isn't there yet.
Yeah.
They don't know that yet. That's what we've been trying to tell you at each meeting that you've attended, is that we don't know. That's why we're hiring a firm to determine what is feasible, what will fit wherever. The initial studies back in 20 and 2022, we identified 4 areas that we thought would be of concern. The little S-jog at Hicksville, in Westport near the 195 on-ramp or exit ramps, the large pavement over near the Park and Ride in New Bedford, and there was one more in Dartmouth. But we had them zero in. This was after the 2 studies. We hired an architectural landscape firm to draw up using data that was provided from the study to see if it would fit and how it would fit in those areas. Some of the applicants this time actually went out in the field in the application process and said, ooh, this area might need maybe a spur here, meaning a different way to get through that area, because that won't work. The gray line way up top there, that was one of our initial thoughts, and that was to do a scenic route through the woods, a footpath, not paved, but a hard packed surface. But when the studies came back, it favored the alongside, but not within, not on the road, but within the right of way, shared use path. I gotta be careful.
So there's a lot of information that's going to come forward through the studies, and there is no one person right now that can tell you definitively this is going to happen. Let me just tell you that much.
And we, the South Coast Bikeway, do not have any authority to build anything. We advocate for safe pathways. We advocate for the whole 50-mile proposed bike path from Swansea to Wareham. Same with the Dartmouth Pathways Committee. They advocate, but they have no budget. They we go there to, we're planning a bike rodeo now in the Dartmouth Pathways Committee. So safety, education, we're only a committee of 3. We usually are just alone in that room, a committee of 3. So there is a process, and it will be a very detailed process. And
So I'm going to put that other hat on because a lot of folks have spoken to me about e-bikes and the disregard for traffic signs. And so that's something that we've talked about, that we want to talk to Officer Canary, our safety officer, about. But certainly that's something that we need to include your group on, because we need to do something with some public service. Part of I'll go back now.
Okay. All right.
Part of the study, will it include a traffic study?
Yes.
Of car
Yes.
and speed?
I spoke with Officer Canario 2 weeks ago for our application for event permit, and he says there's been tons of studies out there. The road's fine, it's the driver that's the problem. Those are his words.
And I hate to say it, that's what we're finding as they do their studies, is it's not a roadway construction project, it's the speed at which, it's not the posted speed limits, it's the speed limits to which the drivers are driving with excessive speed.
Right, and if you change, some roads are designed for speed. We decided, I don't know, back in the 70s that we should all move further apart, and then, further from our shopping. We used to walk to the store. Now we have to drive to the store, and then they make it like a highway to get to the store, because now you have to go so far, you have to go faster. And that's just the way it is today. But we're trying to slow things down and bring you back to a neighborhood and have a place to walk safely if you want to go to the creamery or the alpaca farm or the Dartmouth Regional Parks and Trails, or go to work. Half a mile down the road, you could go to Hawthorne Medical and not have to get in your car and save gas, time, and get some exercise.
Well, I want to thank you very much for coming in.
Ms. Brooks?
Oh, sorry.
I think you have a couple
I'm
of
sorry,
things.
sir. Come to the, whoops, I got 2 more, sorry. Okay, nope, just
Mike
tell me who you are.
Canasio. I'm at 681 Old Fall River Road.
Okay.
Part of the problem, I think, too, is on the Greenway website, there was some pictures. There were 3 pictures, and it showed an off-road path. And that off-road path was separate from the road with a median in between. And we were told that was going to be 12 feet wide. So 12 feet wide off the road, that's going to go onto everybody's property. So a lot of the anger, a lot of the aggravation is from misinformation, if that's the case, or it's actual. We should be worried.
We hired that landscape architectural firm to work with the data that was given to us through SERPED, actual physical layout of the roadway. Then we were told that there was 50 feet of roadway width. And given that information to the landscape architect, these are the drawings they came up with. It's just concept. It's not reality, and there was, it's not exactly how it would be in any particular area. But they did design within those 4 problem areas.
But even at the meeting, you talked about there's going to be a divider in between, whether it's a guardrail, bushes, something that's going to be in between, a barrier in between at the meeting.
I did not say that, no.
I think an important thing to
Somebody else might have said it, but I did not say that. There's no design yet. So from the South Coast Bikeway, I did not say that there is a definitive guardrail or something.
I thought it was you, but it was somebody on the
I mean, it could
meeting.
be a grassy strip. It could be nothing, the road width will tell the story. And until we have all the information, we can't tell you what it's going to look like.
I think an important thing what I'm hearing, and I work in construction, this is what I do for a living, there is no design. What we have right now is conceptual ideas to try to formulate a design intent. And right now is the perfect time to have those concerns raised. When the designer who's brought on board, and what level of design are we doing? Is this planning design or we're beyond feasibility? We're
preliminary engineering and design, 10%.
Got it. So 10% design
we were
is
saying approaching 25, but no, it's more likely 10% to get us into the Mass DOT TIP program. So if you're familiar with Mass DOT TIP program, even if everything went smoothly, you wouldn't see any construction probably for a decade.
For example, so 10% design is very small, and for example, the TIP program is the same program that we've been waiting on to fix the Hathaway Road to Route 6 that we've been hearing about for probably about 7 years, 8 years, maybe not, for quite a while. It's not imminent, but the 10% design threshold is critical. That means that there is plenty of time and there's going to be opportunity to bring up the concerns that you have in order to shape the 25% design, the 50% design, the 100% design. The work you're doing now to bring up your concerns is important work. And I encourage you to continue doing that with a level head, collaboratively. But, and I think it goes back to your question, no, the design is not complete. We're not even at 10%. This plan will get us to 10% upon the completion.
I know it's not complete. Excuse me, I didn't mean to.
No, it's all right.
But we were specifically told that it's coming and you can't do anything about it. That's why we got standoffish right from the get-go. It's like, we're just afraid that we're not going to have any say and we're going to get snowballed.
So the good news is that that's not right. It's not correct, right? It may be a misunderstanding. It might have been bad communication, but the good news is that there is plenty of opportunity to have your voice heard, to make your concerns known, in order to influence the design to make it be what it is you want it to be. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hold me to it. I encourage you to, please.
My name is Jim Box. I live at 13 Sunview Terrace. I'm on the Pathways Committee, and I wanted to take an opportunity tonight to just come here, and I don't really have my thoughts all together, but there's so much more to the Pathways Committee than this. And I've been at the meetings, and a number of really unkind things have been said. And I think that what we were trying to do was to move forward with the meeting, because we had other things, like we were trying to get us a rodeo going for the kids when they go back to school. And I know that I'm old, and when I was a kid, you could get on your bike and you could ride the bike to school, and I rode about a mile each way to school. And we did that because we only had one car at the time, and then we got affluent and we got two. And I now know that there are a number of people who have 4, 5, and 6 cars. As we try to increase the size of the town and increase the number of residences, for example, on Dartmouth Street, where that project is coming in, there will be a number of cars that will go up and down Dartmouth Street that weren't there before. And there will be a number of cars on other streets as we add more residences, because we have to add residences. And as we add those, there will be more and more pressure on the streets. And a lady died. Her name was Denise Olson. She was 74 years old on Route 6. I think what we need to do is to put some green paint on the corner. We need to understand what happened there. Because when I lived in Boston, at first, it was a dogfight going down the streets. But as people understood the prosperity that comes from bike paths within the town, so you don't have to have another car, that saves a tremendous amount of money between the insurance and the this and the that and the gas and everything else. So there's a lot of pressure on younger people to go on bikes. And they're going to go on bikes. And they're going to go on bikes that are not only pedal-driven, but they're going to go on bikes that are electrical. And so we're going to have something somewhere along the line, and I'm just hypothetically throwing out this, we're going to have Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 kind of vehicles that go down there. You're going to have people walking and on bikes would probably be Class 1,
And then Class 2, you're going to have those higher-powered electric bikes, which you may not want them on the bike path, right? And then you're going to have cars. And so you got these different classes of transportation, and, you know, I see kids going by on scooters, right? There's going to be all kinds of this. I was in Brasilia, and it's a disgrace. You cannot get to work in the morning because you've got motorcycles going in between cars, and you've got bicycles going around there, and they have horses that are on the highway, and you're going like, what happened? So all I'm asking the select board here is, I think that all of this is really good for us. I think that if we really talk about where these pinch points are and how we can make another way of traveling, because the roads have been there since 1600 or whatever, we're not going to be able to build more roads, right? So that's all I got to say. I think we need to focus on other pathways that will provide non-automotive transportation.
I have a question before you sit down. You're on the Pathways Committee, and there's more than this on your agenda. So is this a typical agenda item, like what is the status of the Northern Scenic Greenway? It just happens to be on your agenda?
It's not like it's, to me, I don't really have a dog in a show, because right now where I am in South Dartmouth, I can't get to Old Fall River Road. You know, and I've ridden my bike every day, 365 days a year for probably 20 years, and I haven't ridden it once this year because I'm afraid of the streets. Mm-hmm. They're not safe, not because the design of the street is wrong, but because we're not used to seeing it, right? People are not used to having the level of bike
activity, yeah.
Activity, thank you. They're not used to seeing the level of bike activity that they're going to see. And the thing is that when they opened up the Minuteman Trail in Lexington, mm-hmm. right, somebody put a little, like, I forget the name, Pedal Inn coffee shop.
Oh, yeah.
And the place boomed. Sal's Pizza up on the Common, when they ran the path down Tremont, it boomed. So there's a lot of prosperity that follows the development of new pathways, right? So, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, we have someone else? Oh, sure thing.
Hi.
Name?
Dave Machowski, 332 Old Fall River Road. A couple of things. Sandra, was there any other studies for any other roads done, or was Old Fall River Road right from the start?
This one right here.
That other slide?
So that was the southern route in orange. The blue route is Route 6.
Yeah, are those studies still available?
Yeah, they're on the website. It's called the Closing the Gap Feasibility Study, and up until very recently, it was also linked to Serped's
So you
site.
did feasibility studies for those roads also?
Yes, it's
For
like a
Route 6.
80-page document.
And Route 6 is also a proposed off-road site, correct? From Le Burges all the way to Hathaway Road? That's also a proposed off-road site, according to the website?
Those were looked at.
Did you say LePage's?
Recently, yeah, from LePage's, from the Westport.
So there is a Westport project, because Westport got ahead of the game, and they applied for a 2024 Mass Trails grant, and they were able to study what they're calling the Westport-Watuppa connector.
Okay,
So
what I saw on your website was there was one from that going to Hathaway Road that was proposed all the way down Route 6. And then the other one was from there to Old Boston Road, Old Bedford Road to Old Fall River Road to Kings Highway. So those were the two that I saw on your website that are both proposed.
Well, I don't know if I'm following you, but Westport, Watuppa Connected goes from LePage's to the crossing at White's at Old Bedford Road.
Yeah, no, it was from the Whites to Hathaway Road along Route 6.
That may or may not be on our site, but the state of Mass DOT did a study. It was called the Westport Dartmouth Corridor Study, which I attended the meetings through the town of Dartmouth, and that was to look at ways to improve the safety, because we've had several fatalities, pedestrian, automobile, and other, from White's all the way to Crossroads. And some of the recommendations there was to put a turning lane. I mean, right now, if you want to take a left turn on Route 6, you're sitting in the high-speed lane, and you're just praying that the guy's not going to hit you while you're sitting waiting to turn. So that was that, and then they were going to add lighting. They added the rapid rectangular flash and beacon at the King's Inn, and they added south side sidewalks, and that's all they've done so far. 177 just had there are 2 fatalities. There was a fatality in 2002 that my good friend lost her dad, and there were promises then, and they haven't been fixed.
So,
all we have is a blinking light.
also on your website, all the off-road bike paths that you advertise on the website is off-road. None of them are going through residential areas on their front lawns. None of those pictures that you show. They're great pictures of off-road paths, but they're not on people's front lawns.
There's no
Why
proof
did you choose a road that is on, that it will go right across the front of our houses?
There is no plan in place. There's no design. We've said this, I don't know how many times, that there's no design showing that it's going to go through your front lawn.
It's going on the north side of Old Forever Road.
Those were conceptual drawings, which we have said before. We paid people to show us because we thought it would be helpful. This is what we were advised. It would be helpful to get a grant, to spend the $10,000 grant that we had from Bay Coast Bank to get conceptual drawings done by a landscape architect using the data that was provided by Serped. Serped said, this is what you should do, because you need to go to your town and say, this is what it could look like, because people want to know what it looks like.
So
well,
why
now,
is South Coast Pathways spending all this money on surveyors and everything else on a path that the road that the people here and more people don't want? There's 154 signs that say no off-road pathway up there. You go down, you guys must have driven down Old Forever Road and saw all the signs that we put up on there. It's not wanted. It's not a safe place. You say a narrow road will slow people down. It's not going to get them off their phones. That's the biggest problem. They speed on the straightaways, and when they get to the turns, it's a challenge for them. So you make that road narrower, it's going to be more of a challenge for them. Half of the accidents that the kids from New Bedford going to Fall River going to New Bedford, or somebody on their phone. We just had one this morning, a 4-car crash right down at the bottom of New Plainville Road and Old River Road. Okay? Because somebody wasn't paying attention. No. And you want to bring all these bikers on our unsafe road and then dump them into Kings Highway.
I don't necessarily think that Sandra wants to necessarily do this.
Yeah, it's not
That's what the plan is.
I'm a volunteer.
That's what the plan is doing.
So I think the good news is that Sandra came in and gave us the thoughts of where we are now. Nate was able to clarify that conceptual drawings, and as Sandra said, conceptual drawings, those conceptual drawings were on one side of the street. Now guarantee that that's where it's going to be. Although it's the conceptual drawings, there's a lot more work that needs to happen. Mm-hmm. We're going to figure out how we can get more transparency for the group that's in charge of this. So Sandra's on 3 different committees, but only one of them, which is the Northern Scenic Greenway, is the group that's pursuing this project. And that's where
it's
not correct, because they're in charge of hiring the contractor that's doing this design. Because I just went through it with the press information. I had to go through spread. How do you say that?
Serped.
Serped.
not exactly, but the South Coast Bikeway Alliance is hiring the consultant. We were the ones that were awarded the grant. The Dartmouth Pathways Committee supports it, supports advocating for completing the South Coast Bikeway as listed in your master plan. But South Coast Bikeway, along with Serped, we've hired Serped to help manage it, and they're our fiscal agent. Again, we don't have a big budget.
Ms. Brooks?
The South Coast Bikeway Alliance.
Yep.
That's promoting the Northern Scenic Greenway.
Correct.
The Pathways Committee of Dartmouth happens to have some of the same members, but that is not the mission or purpose of the Pathways Committee.
The Pathways Committee's mission does include assisting in completing promoting the completion of the South Coast Bikeway. It was an example of what the Pathways Committee did when I first joined. They did the sidewalks in Pignarum. They also had a sidewalk project to extend beyond Pignarum along Smith Neck Road, and they have a project on Reed Road for sidewalks. And they may have been instrumental in getting the bike lanes near UMass Dartmouth. So as a Pathways Committee, we advocate for improved bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and then safety.
For this group to get more information, it's not necessarily going to be at a Pathways meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is why we had two meetings. One, we had to make a separate meeting just to move on about a letter for the Hathaway Road project, because we wanted to comment on it as a Pathways Committee with regards to the increase in traffic and the unsafe conditions, and what are they going to do about, not having bike ped accommodations.
Okay. So,
but the Northern Scenic Greenway sometimes gets an update from me, but it's not extensive.
but that's the level of, it's more of an update.
An update, like, we're still waiting for the contract.
Okay,
End
so
of
the
story.
South Coast Bikeway Alliance is the group that they may want to pay more attention to?
Correct.
Okay.
And the consultant will
I
have
think we've given everybody a chance to say something tonight. We just had a group a few weeks ago who acted on rumor, and they got in a lot of trouble. We don't have a lot of facts here. And I understand your gripe, and I understand where you're coming from, but there's no design. There may be some pictures that probably should have been shown. And we've told you tonight that we're going to be accountable to try to do the best we can to do the fairest thing we can do. And we've been told there is no design. We're just getting started. So give us a break. And if you're unhappy after all that process goes, trust the process until then. Well, we'll see how it goes. Maybe you'll be thrilled. I don't know the answer to that.
Will the patrons of Old River Road have a voice in this? Or will the select board?
If you ask me that question now after what I just said, then maybe you're not listening.
Well, what I'm saying is when that design is done and everything else, will we have a voice on
We have
that?
a voice,
Or
of course
is it
you'll.
up to the select board to vote to say, yeah, this is going through?
Of course you'll have a voice. That's a democratic
You'll
process.
have a voice through the process.
That's the process.
Process. It will not ultimately.
And I think you want us to say right now, let's stop the project because it's a road that shouldn't have it, and we can't do that. You know that. We can't do it, and I'm sorry. I mean, Fairhaven has that beautiful rail path. They love it out there. They spend $1.5 million in Mattapoisett to extend the bikeway.
Yep.
We don't have that luxury here, and I'm sorry you don't.
And none of those go through the front lawns of.
I understand. And
Have a good day.
Maybe yours won't. Let's see what happens.
There was a lot of opposition to Fairhaven and Mattapoisett.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And some.
It is. Yes, it is.
There are some front yards
Yes,
over there in Fairhaven, for sure.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the review of the, and approval of the travel policy. So I'll call your attention to page 49 to 52. And Cody, can you give us a little background as to why this became, attention is something we needed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not uncommon for any place of business or municipality to have a travel policy for its employees. In my conversations with some of the staff as we speak about professional development, which is a great tool, so usually have to travel for professional development, whether it's a meeting a couple towns over or sometimes we have meetings in different conferences throughout the country. We had no designated reimbursement policy in place, no approval process in place, and so myself and Melanie from the office put together some policies with the assistance of Donna Fernandez, our town accountant, and this is the policy that we're recommending. It has been drafted, like I said, out of our office, and then Donna Fernandez has reviewed it, and Mr. Carrero has also reviewed it and agreed that this is something absolutely necessary. Donna in the accounting office is very appreciative if the board is able to approve this tonight, because their office is responsible for approving, these reimbursements in most cases, or the costs, and more often than not, there's never been parameters as far as, who's approving that someone goes to this conference, or mileage reimbursement, so on and so forth. Mass General Law certainly allows for certain things and not certain things, like, you can't get reimbursed for alcohol purchases. That's a Mass General Law. No travel policy is going to change that, but there's never been anything in here. So I think this is definitely a good place for us to start. It's a pretty specific, but it doesn't get into too much detail. We looked at, do you assign dollar values for meals, right? That's a very common thing in travel policies. It's really hard to do, because if you have someone going to a conference in one part of the country, it may not be unrealistic to be able to get breakfast for $8. But if you have someone going to downtown Los Angeles, right, or
Yeah.
New York, that may be a little bit more. So it's really more discretion involved with that, but it sets out parameters, and it, I think, is really necessary. And we just want to make sure that we are being good stewards of the town's funds.
I think it's a really well done job, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
You touched on a thing that I had written down in my notes, that there is no upper limit on meals. One of the things, and it's not a deal breaker for me, but IRS per diem schedule accounts for those variations, so that might be a useful tool. I'm fine with approving this as it is right now, but if you see that there's an issue with the reasonableness of meals being purchased, then you could consider going to the IRS per diem schedule. The other thing I saw is that there's not an upper limit for the class of hotels. So oftentimes, look at my own company's travel policy, and they sort of, you're not allowed to stay at the Ritz-Carlton, but you're expected to stay at you don't need to stay at the Motel 6 either, so have a reasonable accommodation. So
yeah, anytime that staff travel and stay in a hotel for a conference, it's booked through the conference, the hotels are, so they'll offer the conference hotels. That's kind of the expectation here. And again, it can vary. There's conferences that some of the staff go to down the Cape, for instance, and it's at the hotel, it's at the conference, and it might be a little bit more expensive, but I also don't expect the staff to stay at Motel 6 down the road to say, because I think you lose that value as well, right? Part of that's being there, being immersed in the experience. So I think it's certainly something we may adjust in the future, but we've never had anything in place, and so it's certainly needed.
I think it's a great start, and to me it was shocking that there was nothing in place. And I also like the fact that we have now but we have a process for it to be approved to travel. And I think
pre-approval,
because I think that's important, that we want to know what are the goals of their conference and what are their goals, especially as you're meeting with different department heads, that we're setting goals for them. And if this is something that they want professional development in, then this makes sense. And there's some annual conferences that we want to encourage them to go to. And I won't give it away, but we had a department head go to a conference recently, and came back with lots of changes that we needed to make, unbeknownst to any of us, until that person had gone to the conference. So that was good information. So we have on the floor a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. All right, next we have a resignation of the Water Quality Advisory Committee, and you'll see that this individual is actually a representative from the Conservation Commission. So it would be up to the Conservation Commission if they want to replace this individual. Has there been any meetings of the water quality?
2.
2 meetings so far? Okay.
I can answer that a little. I think the first meeting, we talked about having many individual subcommittees and trying to take a more global approach because it's such a giant issue. And we gave people time to think. The second meeting, we talked, we redirected ourselves to we're going to approach it from a more comprehensive look at a watershed plan. And we have a meeting now in a month based on that project or that direction. And perhaps I read her resignation letter. Maybe you can address the commissioner, the conservation, ask her maybe she wants to come back or to find another person from that committee. It's a giant issue. It can be too big, and we're trying to make it manageable so we can be productive and be concise.
If you want to read her thoughts on why she was stepping down, that's on page 53. So what we're doing tonight is just accepting her resignation and tasking Mr. Haddad to just let the Conservation Department know that if someone else from their board is willing to participate.
Jen Miller, our Conservation Director, is aware and will reach out to the other members.
Great, thank you.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Next, we have a resignation from the Historic Commission, and that's Philip Baker.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Also, his resignation's on page 55, and I really understand he's not a computer type of person. And I appreciate someone that recognizes that and says, life's moving a little too fast. So made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Phil, for all your work.
Yes. And next on our agenda, we have Assistant Town Administrator Interview Team Representatives. Mr. Haddad is looking for 2 Select Board members to interview. And much like the Bristol County meeting that was on Thursday night that people were not available for, we do have a schedule, right? You have an interview?
We have an interview scheduled. We would be meeting here at Town Hall at 9:30 a.m. on Thursday.
On Thursday, during the day?
Correct, yeah.
I'd love to help you, but I cannot.
I am available.
I can't.
No? Okay.
It's in person?
It is, correct.
Okay. I can get back to you if that's possible. I just have to move a couple things around, but I could potentially.
You said this Thursday, right?
This Thursday.
In the morning?
There's just one candidate to interview. So it's
No,
At 9:30?
oh, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
The interview's 10, but we get together at 9:30.
And there's a 10 to.
Morning. That interview's at 10 p.m., Dave. We can't expect you to be there.
I'll probably be able to.
Okay.
I just got to move a couple things around at work, and then I could participate. But I'll reconfirm.
Just let me know. Yeah.
Is this an exciting potential interview?
I hope so.
Okay, that's
All right, and I am available.
Dave, you interviewing for the
Thank
job?
you. Next on our agenda, we have 2 boards and committees. We have the appointment of Assistant Harbor Master Lori Russell Ilsu?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's an annual appointment. It's not like a board that's a paid position, but it's an annual appointment. And she's been working at the Harbor Master's office for years. Motion?
Any recommendations?
We received nothing.
Yeah, we just go, the way this is work is we usually just get notice from the harbor master that these are the individuals. It's like if you were hiring staff in any other department, but the way that the law is with this, the board has to appoint the assistant harbor master.
Much like we do for
Animal control.
Animal control.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just need a motion in a second. We can certainly hold off and ask the harbor master for more information.
does this come from the Harbor Mac as a recommendation?
It did, yeah.
Okay. Make a motion to approve.
Motion made.
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. We usually also have other assistant harbor masters that are appointed for the summer season, and we haven't gotten a list.
Yeah, I was supposed to have a meeting with Mr. Mello tomorrow, but he was
Okay.
unavailable. So
Oh.
hopefully I'll be meeting with him
Soon.
next couple days, and that was one of the things to discuss, because you're right, there's much more than Lori, and we haven't gotten that
It's
list.
kind of
so.
alone right now. All right, and we also have for the Veterans Advisory Board, David Rucker and Jason Ray, and the attendance is, both of them have attended 80% of the meetings. And
Motion to
this is
reappoint.
a reappointment, yeah. Motion made to reappoint.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right, Town Administrators Update.
All right, so first I want to thank the Parks and Recreation staff. On July 15th, we held our annual employee appreciation event. We had over 60 employees attend a food and concert at the Bucket. And so the Bucket, Becky and her crew did an excellent job of accommodating everybody. And I also want to specifically acknowledge our facilities staff. You may have heard me previously mentioned, we've historically used a custodial service company in town for all of our buildings. We were planning to let that contract expire in late fall, and we were going to take on some of that ourselves. The goal in our conversations with the company we were utilizing was for them to extend through the summer into early fall. At the end of June, they came back with an 85% increase in their costs for those several months. And I think maybe they thought they had us pigeonholed and that we were going to have to do it, but we did not. We are not going to do that. That wouldn't be us being good stewards of the town's funds. So we canceled the contract immediately, and our facilities team has stepped up and made sure that all of the buildings are getting cleaned. And actually, we've been getting many compliments from staff that they think the buildings are in much better shape than before
Nice.
this. So we're going to be looking to add some part-time staff, which will still be a savings. We were spending close to $100,000 a year on custodial services, and we provide all of the equipment and all of the supplies. So we were just paying for labor, and we can do so with probably 2 part-time staff members and save $50,000 to $60,000 a year
An
by doing that.
85% increase.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Round number, yeah.
I also am happy to share that the Bucket has won one of the best ice cream places on the South Coast via the South Coast Almanac. They will be recognized later this month. The Water Quality Advisory Committee has met twice in July, and as Mr. Tannenbaum mentioned, making some good progress, hopefully. We are excited that in the state supplemental budget for FY26, $170,000 was included for Dartmouth Public Schools for sports, music equipment, and the purchase of a new bus. So I just want to thank our local delegation, Senator Montigny and Representative Markey, for making sure that gets in there. We've been hearing a lot of concerns throughout the area regarding flock cameras and the usage of flock cameras. So I wanted to assure the board and the public that we are undergoing a full comprehensive review of our use of flock cameras, and we anticipate that the police chief in our department will have a recommendation to the select board within the next month if we are going to recommend and continue utilizing flock, or if we're going to recommend canceling that contract. So, but I just want you to be assured that it's certainly under review by our team, and all of the concerns that we've been hearing are under consideration. We received another round of opioid settlement funds today, actually, totaling just over $100,000. I previously mentioned it as we went over the town meeting calendar, but we do need to add a select board meeting on September 28th. We did not have that planned. Our next meeting was October 5th between the September 14th, but we need to approve the warrant before October 5th, so we will look to add a meeting on September 28th. And then just kudos to our collector's office. Today, tax bills were due. Just in the office today, they processed 1,240 payments, totaling $1,177,113 in the office today. So
Today?
Just today, yep.
Wow.
So excellent jobs to them. And then it was previously mentioned through the after-school program at the elementary school, Enzo the therapy dog, going there. So I want to thank the Joyosa family as they've actually been bringing Enzo in for town staff on Monday evenings, which have been the late evenings here, and the staff have really enjoyed that.
What kind of dog is Enzo?
Golden Retriever.
All right, I'm going to show him.
I'll let you know. And that is it for my update. I do not have any to propose town
Mine's
projects.
57.
I will email that out to you in the next week or two.
All right, so we'll discuss that
Always about
next
the
time.
dogs.
Excellent. Anything on old business?
Excuse me, did you say September 28th there'd be a meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
The flock cameras, New Bedford had a network of cameras from store owners on certain thoroughfares. I don't know if he's got a network set up yet or not.
The town has a number of cameras that the board had previously approved.
Yep.
And since the board approved, I think the 4, there was some conditional approval for a 5th if needed, and one additional one was added. And then there are a couple of private property owners in town that have them. And there is some data sharing from them to us, not from us to them. That's pretty much the extent of the network. And even if we do decide that it's best to discontinue the contract, we can't control the private entities. So Lowe's and Home Depot in particular are the 2 that we know of.
Right.
If we say we're not going to use them anymore, Lowe's and Home Depot can still utilize them. It's on their property. We can't tell them that they can't use them. As far as old business, 40B update, the next meeting on August 13th, Sherbrooke and Hathaway is continued. Bliss Corner, I have some very good news to share. I previously mentioned that the public comment period was upcoming. That is open officially now. That ends on August 31st. And it is for the $50,000 that we were able to negotiate, which is a huge success for the town. That's upwards of $30 million liability. That triggers some periods of repayment for us, and so Mr. Carrero and I have been in conversations. We're going to be planning a meeting with the Finance Committee to authorize that payment in the near future. And so essentially, within 60 days, that should be wrapped up. There's a 30-day comment period ends on August 31st, and then we have to get payment to them within 30 days, and then that is all set, and the settlement will be signed. Nothing on Lake Nokichoke, nothing on municipal broadband. I do have a couple small updates on the annual operating budget. Fiscal 26 is being closed out. Team has been working diligently to close our books and get free cash submitted to the state. Our ClearGov budget portal has taken a little bit longer to publish than we had hoped. However, it will be going live later this week. Mr. Carrero and our systems analyst, Chad DeChamps, is working on that. And then one other thing to update you on, not great news, as we looked at local receipts for fiscal 26, we actually brought in about $1 million less this year than we did last year. So as you've heard Mr. Carrero and I mention our concern with the economy and being very conservative with our estimates, this is exactly why we are conservative with our estimates, because our actuals decreased by $1 million. A lot of that being driven by investment income. So fiscal 25, obviously, rates were a little bit higher when we were investing. We invest a lot of money. And so that contributed to a big piece of that. But yeah, we brought in, looks like about $1 million less in local receipts.
How was local growth? How was the growth?
Growth is pretty stable at where it's been over the last several years, about $800,000, although Mr. Carrero and I are actively working with our acting administrative assessing. We had a meeting with the Bureau Chief of Local Assessments, Chris Wilcox, here in the office, and a whole team from Department of Revenue to look at our assessments and our new growth. And I think there's going to be some areas where we'll be improving to more accurately reflect the town as a whole. And that is all I
Thank you.
have.
All right, minutes of July 13th in our packet.
I had a comment
Yes?
on our page 58.
Okay.
A motion is made, voted to conditionally approve the aquaculture license, conditionally approve. I remember it was, but do we need any other language? Is that just enough to, because it doesn't say what the conditions were or not.
Oh,
I think it was,
on page
if
58,
I
yeah, we
recall
can get,
correctly, it was
because
conditionally approved because it was another layer
there's another
of
layer that they
approval.
have to do, yeah.
Yeah, because the state has to approve it.
Right.
So Mr. Tattelbaum wants to know, should we specifically say
What the condition
what the
is.
condition is?
Yeah, we can go back and look and see if the motion had that in it, and if it did, we can definitely
Because it may,
add it.
it may
We
come
just
back
can't
another
add things
time
to
and say,
minutes that
what
didn't.
what did
What
you mean?
happened there, yeah.
Yeah, we can certainly, we'll review the
It's the only page I read.
Yeah.
and take a look.
Otherwise, every word was perfect. Make a motion to approve the minute.
Second.
Do we need, will the language change? Is that how it goes?
We'll review that,
Review.
and if the exact conditions need to be added, that can be added.
Do they need to be added, right?
Yeah, right. Yep.
Okay, that's my motion.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Select Board updates. Mr. O'Neill
I'm good.
and Mr. Tattelbaum.
I would like, good news regarding the loading and parking zone down in the village. I tried to move that along, and we got some, right now it's in the sign creation phase. It's been approved by safety officer and the chief, and the DPW has put the sign up, and it's more that, it's a safety issue as much as anything else, because those trucks, it's horrible condition, so I'm going to continue to press to get the sign out, and that would get a loading zone for the truck down there, which I think is really important.
Yeah, and to me, it's somewhat of an easy fix,
For sure.
you know?
And I think frankly, this still goes back to the poor woman who lost her life at the village
Yeah.
with the traffic. This is a testimony she deserves, that, you know, she didn't die in vain. I also was thinking as the meeting was going on, I'll make this brief, but regarding this state movement on these scooters and electronic vehicles and no helmets and no this and riding it. I hear about activity in the state, but it's really pretty bad around everywhere you go in town. And it's just begging for something bad to happen. But I don't know what we can do. We've mentioned it to the chief, but do we have to wait for the state to take action?
Yeah, the chief had talked about it. You know, unfortunately, it's one of those things that starts at home.
It's a mess.
And, yeah, I mean, it's, and even as far as enforcement is really difficult.
Sure.
Because you're not gonna chase someone, right, on one of these e-bikes without a helmet on, and then God forbid, a crash happens. And so it's really difficult for the police, but
I hear you.
the chief and I discuss it regularly. And if he's looked at some other things. I think he actually provided at a meeting, maybe even close to a year ago, some, the information from the state and some handouts and stuff, but it really is, it's a challenge.
And lastly, once again, I encourage people to consider taking the train to Boston. It's really, more than not, it's on time, it's efficient. The staff is better than ever. They've really improved it, and it's inexpensive, and it's reliable.
Free on Fridays.
It is, and there's discounts all summer for 50 off this or that, but it's a great service, and boy, it's a great ride in if you can find a way to do it and make time rather than drive in. I very encourage it. I do it regularly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Well, the e-bike thing, when Sandra Medeiros was talking about this bike rodeo, and I'm going to reach out to her to find out how we can get somewhat of this education about this e-bike issue. You know, when they're talking about doing something before school starts, I'm thinking about, and when the other gentleman spoke, DeMello School has a lot of kids that ride their bikes to school.
Right.
That's a big deal to be able to be old enough to ride your bikes to school. They do ride on the sidewalk of Dartmouth Street, but there's very few sidewalks getting to Dartmouth Street. But everyone seems to have helmets, you know, when I see them riding. I've never seen one without. my concern is the after hours and the middle school population that is going on Elm Street and has, not paying attention to anything other than themselves. And we have had some issues. The Parks and Rec said that it was e-bikes that went through at the new playground.
Park, yeah.
And I know they've had issues on concert nights with the e-bikes. So it is something that we have to talk about. Mr. Silva.
Yeah, just a couple things. One, the annual operating budget item on our agenda. What's the what I guess what I say what I would like to see is sort of in the next handful of meetings really diving into if things are going south with local receipts and other things. What type of budget decisions will need to be made come January, February of next year? Just sort of forecasting that and sort of brainstorming, what are those tough decisions? And I know
I don't think, Mr. Carrera, I could even give you an idea. I mean, there's just so many, the biggest factor is we have a school department that makes up about education makes up about 65% of our budget, and I have no clue what that is. That's a big piece. State aid has been in constant fluctuation. We ended up seeing a little bit of an increase. There was just a supplemental bill filed that would give us about an additional $330,000 toward education. I don't know what departments are even speaking.
I'm not asking for precision, I guess. Yeah. What I'm asking for is to think through what are the challenges we're going to face. We know we're going to face challenges at budget season next year, and I'd rather start having those conversations in the fall with more months to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if I agree with you that we're going to face challenges. If the school came in at a 3.5% increase, I don't think we would face challenges, being very honest. Gary and I, we look at projections regularly. 3.5% kind of across the board, no challenges. We can easily get through that.
Yeah, but we know what that means, though, right? We know that there's going to be challenges.
I disagree with that.
Because I don't know what the schools are going to ask for and what their needs are going to be for next year, but we could assume they're going to be.
Budget process starts, and that budget process does start fairly early. By January, we're starting to get everybody's in their budget process. I think the areas that we have more knowledge about will be the areas out of DPW and our enterprise funds and money we're bringing in and money we're expending. I think we'll have a better handle on those things, or in the past, that's what we've known going in. It's not until the process with Finance Committee goes through where we start looking at what everybody's
3.5%
budget.
3.5% for the schools only means they're going to have to be, they're cutting back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for us to say, this is what we anticipate being able to afford, anything beyond this will create these types of challenges, that's certainly something we can do. But I don't think we can get into the level of saying, these are the specific challenges we're going to face.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we can do a high-level overview, of that.
I think we should start those conversations sooner rather than later, because I think.
Well, I know we do, because I know when Cody has his department head meeting and he tells them, this is when you got to work on your budget, this is when it's due, and this is, if everybody follows this percentage, we will be able to maintain the budget. All the other departments seem to fall in line with that. So.
Yeah, I think we can provide a high-level review of this is what we anticipate revenues increasing by. Anything more than that will be a problem.
I just want to get ahead of it. I don't want to end up in the spring of next year again, with us all saying, well, what happened? Because we know we can reasonably forecast that there's going to be some challenges that we have to deal with during budget season. And then I would also like to figure out where we're going with, how do we solve these problems, right? What is the budget advisory groups working on? What are next steps? I don't want to be back here next year talking about the same things either. So I think we're going to start looking at solutions to our budget problems. The second thing I want to just mention on the flock cameras, I think that'll be another important meeting to advertise, make sure it's clear that that's going to be discussed, and then offer public comment similar to what was done tonight, because I think that's I've had a number of people reach out to me on that as well, and it's something that's a hot topic. New Bedford just had a big community meeting on it, and it's important to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And I think it'll be important for us to hear
One of the
hear from
things
the
that
public on it.
we've alerted the public before, which every now and then I see in social media, that they've clearly missed at one point or another, is Dartmouth has never shared that information. So a lot of the what you hear about flock cameras is who else has eyes on that information, and that has not been Dartmouth's. It has just been used internally.
Yeah, I've heard those concerns. I've also heard concerns of just general privacy and Big Brother watching you type of concerns as well. So it's somewhat on the other end of the spectrum. So I just think it's important in general to allow the public to get up and chat with us.
Yeah, we're open to if there's recommendations for better advertisements. I'll say I did think it was somewhat ironic, the comment that people didn't know about the Greenway, but it was one of the larger crowds that we've had in a while. So, and again, we've come a long way. I don't know what more we can do. So I genuinely mean it. When people have recommendations, like, we're open to recommendations.
I'm not saying that you should do
No, I didn't mean you. I just
advertisement of
mean
this.
in
I know,
general.
I hear you, and I thought the same thing. But that's one of those topics, I think, that we should advertise and let people know, hey, this is a hot topic, people are passionate about it. We're going to be talking about it at our select board meeting on September, whatever.
I also think tonight was a good example where you gave Mr. Brooks, you gave the people an opportunity to speak their mind, and it was a good conversation. It took a while, but it was well worth it, and I think that's a model that people can expect to get from us, the way it should be.
All right, thank you. From me, I just want to let people know our next meeting is not until August 31st.
Oh,
So before then, though, on Monday, August 17th, Paden Harbor is going to be hosting a blockade runner, and you may have seen lawn signs and other information about the blockade runner. This is a shallop that's coming. It's a recreation of an original shallop that will be in Paden Harbor, and we're going to have a presentation, 9:30, what's the time? 10 a.m. We'll be welcoming the shallop. It'll be coming through the bridge. It's going to come out through the bridge the night before. I know exactly why, because I'm looking at 10 o'clock at night. It'll come through the bridge the night before, so certainly if you're in downtown in Paden, you'll see this little shallop boat. It'll be set over on closer to the main side of Paden, and then it will be coming over to the Warren Hathaway Marina in the morning. We're going to have speakers. We're going to have a video about Paul Cuffey and his relationship to this vessel and what the blockade runners were a part of during Captain Paul Cuffey's daring Revolutionary War exploits. So it's kind of our first foray into Dartmouth's, sort of 250th, which will culminate actually in 2028 when we were part of the Revolutionary War history. Our history didn't happen until 1778, so more to come on that. But we do welcome families to come down and view the shallop from the docks and hear all about it. There'll be lots of things happening that day, including a special lunch being served at the Bucket in celebration. So please check that out.
Got my attention.
And that is all I have. Just looking at the calendar one more time. Yes. Oh, one more thing. You may have seen that Shaw's is offering some reusable shopping totes this season, And if they are purchased, a percentage of that purchase at Shaw's goes towards the Coastline Elderly Services, which helps to fund our Meals on Wheels program in Dartmouth. So please consider, if you're a shopper at Shaw's, purchasing one of those bags, and it comes back and helps us in Dartmouth. And that's all I have.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made. Seconded. Thank you very much. Good night. Oh, all in favor? Yes. Okay.